Okay, everyone, we're about to get started. If we could find our seats, silence our cell phones, I greatly appreciate it. If we can close the back door, side doors, I greatly appreciate that as well. Again, we're about to get started, so we can find our seats. Silence our cell phones, close the back door. Thank you very much. All right. Good evening, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Monday, the 8th day of June in the year 2026. This is a city council caucus meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 4 p.m. start. The clock on my cell phone is showing 4:03 p.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this meeting? Councilperson Brooks.
Present.
Councilperson Zupa.
Here.
Councilperson Efros.
Present.
Councilperson Little.
Present.
Councilperson Gilmore. Councilperson Singh. I see you. Councilperson Griffin. Not here yet? Councilperson Lavarro. And Council President Ridley.
Here.
We have 8 council members in attendance at 4:03 p.m. On behalf of Council President Ridley and the members of the Municipal Council, in accordance with New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the posting on the bulletin board of first floor of City Hall, the annual notice, which is the schedule of meetings and caucuses of the Municipal Council for the calendar year 2026, and filed in the office of the City Clerk on Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the agenda of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Friday, June 5th, 2026 at 9:30 p.m. And that's due to a lot of technical difficulties that we had with iCompass on Friday and all during that week. To the Mayor, Municipal Council, Business Administrator, Corporation Council, and the local newspapers and posted on the city's website, so I can certify as a total compliance with the Sunshine Law. Council President, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have a very lengthy agenda for this meeting. Council people, I am going to ask that we do our best to stay on task and stay on the topic of the resolution or ordinance that is before us. And if we have any additional questions that don't pertain to those, that we take them offline. And I'm going to jump right in, and we'll start with Director Kearse.
Good evening, President Ridley and members of the council. I'm here tonight to discuss Resolution 26-336/1022. Resolution authorizes the award of a contract to Harley Davidson of Bergen County Incorporated for the purchase and delivery of 10 Harley Davidson FLT RXP Road Glide motorcycles with the New Jersey Cooperative Purchasing Alliance, NJCPA, for the use by the Department of Public Safety, Police Division, Traffic Enforcement Unit. Since its reestablishment, the traffic unit has aggressively focused on citywide enforcement of traffic laws, resulting in the issuance of more than 824 summonses during the month of May for various traffic violations. The acquisition of these additional motorcycles would further enhance the unit's operational effectiveness by enhancing mobility, allowing officers to navigate through traffic quickly and efficiently, improving response times by enabling officers to reach emergency situations more rapidly than traditional patrol vehicles in congested areas, increasing visibility, thereby strengthening traffic enforcement efforts, deterring unlawful behavior and enhancing public safety, and supporting versatile deployment of traffic enforcement for crowd control, special events, and community engagement activities. Total cost of the contract is $290,000, $290,730. Funding for the purchase is available through the Federal Law Enforcement Forfeiture Act, account number T-16-000-800.
Questions?
Director, good evening or good afternoon.
Good evening, Councilman.
How many officers do we have assigned currently to the motorcycle squad, if you know?
Presently, there's about 12 officers there. And with the new officers coming out of the academy late August, the director and chief's intention is to increase it by another 5.
And how many motorcycles do we have currently?
I can give you a breakdown. We have, out of the older bikes, we had 25 of them. 3 bikes are currently being used for training in Essex County. That's where we're training the new officers. 6 bikes are at the base and are in active use. 1 bike is currently out of service due to a maintenance issue. 1 is staged at the Police Headquarters Museum. There again, that one does not run. 5 of the 2024 motorcycles are being repaired to be used as training motorcycles. 4 bikes are currently at DPW. 5 bikes along with a trike was sold at auction last month for a total of 25.
Essentially, what I'm asking is, we have a need for these 10 bicycles. They're going to be accounted for by an officer using them?
The present bikes we have are 2010s. We were able to get them up and running, but obviously being 16 years old, having been assigned to the motorcycles for over 13 years in my career, the ideal replacement would be 5 to 7 years. So these will supplement what we have as we start putting the older one out of service. The ones we have now have, I'd say, between 5,000 and 7,000 miles. We worked a deal with the Fort Lee Police Department. They actually did a lot of the repairs for us. And we got them back and running. Had they been stored properly when the unit was officially disbanded, it would have been a lot simpler to get them out. But right now we have 6 of them out on the street active.
My last question is, this 290,000 and change that was in the forfeiture fund, was it earmarked for anything else before this purchase?
No, it's very limited as to what you can buy. It's got to be used for operational expenses and things like that. So Director Ambrose had, when the mayor decided to reestablish the motorcycle squad, it was pretty much with a mandate based on all the council questions and issues that we're dealing with traffic, Vision Zero. I think getting the traffic unit up and running to its full capacity will benefit the city and also the residents.
Okay.
Director,
Yes, sir.
quick question. You said there were 4 at DPW. What's the status there? What are they being worked on?
Some of them, the oldest bikes we had were 2008s. The problem was availability of parts. They've gone through upgrades. When I went to the Road King model, approximately 2012, a lot of the parts are no longer available. So what we're trying to do is auction them off, city auction, or the online auction we use for other vehicles. If they were operating a 2008, maybe worth a base price or about $3,000 or $4,000. Unfortunately, these are not operational.
Oh, so they're waiting to be auctioned off, basically, the 4 that's at DPW.
Question on the use of the motorcycles. Is there a comparison of how effective these vehicles are at getting traffic enforcement done over and against cheaper vehicles? I mean, everything from just kind of like Suzuki style smaller motorbikes to something like bicycles even. Like what is the effectiveness of Harley Davidsons over and against other vehicles?
Well, I think 2 things. Number one, they're meant for this type of duty. They're built specific for police operations, heavy duty coolers and things like that. Having been on the bikes myself and having had my own Harley Davidsons, they are probably a workhorse. The other only bikes that were out, I believe, availability now are the BMWs, which are really not suitable for city operations. It's more a highway type bike. CHP and other agencies like that, all you'd have to do is look across the river. Harley Davidson has been the principal motorcycle used by the Highway Patrol of New York City since its inception.
So I'm sorry, I wasn't able to write down the numbers quickly enough when you were speaking earlier. So I just want to make sure I have them correct. We currently have 12 motorcycle officers on traffic enforcement right now. And with the ones in the academy, we are expecting 5 more to pass the course and become certified, for a total of 17 officers on motorcycles enforcing traffic. But of course, acknowledging other officers are in SUVs enforcing traffic, correct?
Yeah, the intention is I believe that the number they're looking to reach is 20. From a historical significance, when I was assigned there in the 80s and 90s, we had over 125. We had the largest squad in the state of New Jersey.
Okay, and we have 25 motorcycles currently. They're not all in service, but how many of them are functioning currently?
We have 6 that are presently functioning.
6 that are,
6 are assigned to the operation where officers are actually using them every day, and 4 are being used for training.
okay, so, and the other 15 don't work? Like they would need repairs?
No, where some of them we're servicing, we've eliminated 5 along with a trike that was donated. A trike is a 3-wheel motorcycle that was donated to the city many years ago. Those have been sold. We have 4 that are currently at DPW that we're using for parts, or they will be sold. Unfortunately, as I say, they're not bringing, had these bikes been operational, the city would probably see anywhere from $3,500 to $4,000 per unit, but unfortunately, they're not. One is at the police headquarters museum that's been taken out of service. One bike is currently at Public Works awaiting parts and repairs. 6 are in the use and actively in use, and the other ones are at the Essex County training facility where they're training the officers.
Okay, so the ones at the training facility correspond to some of the officers taking the course currently.
Right.
Okay. And so my question is, how many of the bikes that we have currently could work? Like not the ones that are being sold for parts?
We have a total of 10 that are fully operational, 4 of which are in for training
Okay,
purposes, 6 are on the road. When we get these new bikes, these will pretty much coincide. There's about a 4-month lead time from the date the purchase order was issued on the motorcycles to they were actually put into the production. So we're looking at the end of the summer, probably September. And at that point, that'll coincide with the additional officers that are coming out of the academy around the same time for people to be selected and sent for the training.
okay, so I'm sorry, because to me, the numbers aren't adding up. So first you said there were 3 bikes being used for training, then you said there were 4.
I can go over the numbers again if you want.
Yes, please. I want to
All
make
right.
sure they add
There
up to 24.
There are 3 bikes currently being used for training in Essex County.
Okay.
There are 6 bikes at the base, which is at motorcycle base. 1 bike is currently out of service for maintenance. That's in a DPW garage. 1 is staged at the headquarters museum. That's also been taken out of service. There are 5 2004s that are being prepared for repair to use as training bikes. So we had a combination of 2004, 2008s, and 2010s. 2010s being the ones that are actually on the road. 4 bikes are at DPW, which are either going to be broken down for parts because we're not getting any people looking to buy them. And 5 bikes along with a trike, which was never put in police service. It was a donation to the city. Was sold at auction last month. It's a total of 25.
Okay, so the 5 that are being prepared for use as training bikes and the one that is currently out of service for maintenance and one that is at the museum, those in theory, after a little work, could be on the road as traffic enforcement.
Not for full police work, no.
And why is that? Could you explain?
Because of the age, as I said earlier, the average, these bikes, in that case, you're using 2024s, they're 22 years old. That far exceeds the safety and reliability of them. They can use them for training. They'll be stripped down. Where they can, obviously in training, there's always chances that the bike will roll or something like that. It's just the nature of the training. But
Okay.
for safety purposes, you couldn't put a 22-year-old motorcycle on the street doing everyday patrol.
Okay, so we have 10 that could be on the road for everyday patrolling.
Correct.
Okay, and then we are seeking to get 10 more for
10 more.
20. And we will have 17 officers who are able to effectively serve as, that are licensed as motorcycle
Be
officers.
fully trained and ready, right, according to the certificate.
Thank you. Yeah, and is the intent, and the intent is to train 3 more so that there will be 20.
Yeah, the intent of the chief and the director was to bring the squad up with maximum of 20 at this point.
Okay, and I guess my question then is, thank you for running through the numbers one more time for me. My question is then, will the 20 all be on at the same time, or could they possibly share vehicles in?
No, I think
shifts?
what I could go for, as I say, the way that the squad was always run in the past, it was and I believe they're following suit with this too, is that you put out your maximum amount of officers during your high volumes. So you may have more officers on duty during school time You may have more officers on duty during rush hour and things like that. But the two tours that they are currently working, the day tour or the evening tour, but there is flexibility in there when and if they have to adjust them for an event of some sort, say a city marathon. You may want to have all the motorcycles in during a daytime when you're doing a city marathon or a bike run or something like that. So the flexibility is there.
Okay, so there are scenarios that can occur with somewhat predictable frequency where you would want to have all 20 officers on their bikes at the same time.
Should the need arise. Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Council President. Director, nice to see you again. So let me just make sure I understood. So we're utilizing forfeiture funds for this, correct?
Yes, correct.
And what's the useful life of these motorcycles?
I'm sorry, Council?
What's the useful life of these motorcycles?
Useful life is it's approximately anywhere from 8 to 10 years, depending on how they're maintained and driven. These bikes, keep in mind, the 2010s were the last bikes that were purchased, but they had no mileage on them. The average bike had about 5,000 miles on it, which was a lot.
Yeah.
The unfortunate part about it, when they deactivated the squad, they never did due diligence to take them out of service correctly, drain fluids, and put them up properly, store them. So that's why I think a lot of the expense, which was minimal. I think it cost us about $3,500 per unit to get the bikes up and running, which was, got them back in service relatively quickly.
And to the BA's office. So the useful life, 8 to 10 years, I believe it qualifies for capital dollars, to be able to utilize capital dollars. I would like to know the balance on the forfeiture fund. That being said, I've raised this before, so we are now we're in June, and we're approaching introduction of the budget, which we anticipate after the state budget is passed and we find out our situation on transitional aid. I have implored the administration to look at using capital dollars rather than using other certain funds if we're able to do that. And this strikes me as a perfect scenario. I'm not against the purchase of these, but while it's only it's $290,000 that could be on capital dollars. And we literally have on this agenda a $9.7 million reappropriation of bond money to fund other capital needs. There's no reason why we can't include that in such a reappropriation of bonds. And if there's additional bond money available, I would not just implore, but I'm going to demand that the administration make that change, because for taxpayer dollars, for taxpayers, $290,000 gets them a little further to less of a tax increase than we'll be staring down after the budget is introduced.
Councilman, the forfeiture funds are not capital dollars, but close to it. They do not cost the taxpayer dollars money. It's not.
No, but forfeiture dollars, and I want to thank the Corporation Council. She shared what the guidelines are and my reading of it, and you can take a second look at it. And if you disagree with me, if anyone disagrees with me, that's fine. And there's a different interpretation, but you could literally, it seemed to me, use it for salaries and wages, right? So you could use it for salaries and wages for police and be able to save the taxpayer dollars around the salary and wages around the general operating budget, as opposed to using capital dollars. Instead, we could use capital dollars in place of that. So again, it's $290,000. It's $290,000 in savings that if we cobble these together and get to 3.8 million, as I understand it, that's 1% less that the taxpayers have to endure in their tax bill. So I'm going to demand that it be changed, and it can be in this agenda or the next. And if it's not, I'm going to ask the Corporation Council if the City Council has the legal authority to change the funding source on these agendas, on these resolutions, because I will make the motion to do that at the next council meeting.
So I just want to add that I think it would be great for us to have a separate conversation about the forfeiture funds and the rules and regulations around how we spend it. We can also look at the balance of what we have. in terms of capital budget, we're going to talk about that in today's session, but we are also limited in the amount of capital funding we have. So I think we're open to discuss what's the best bucket of money to allocate for this use, but there are a lot of limitations on how we can use forfeiture funds.
I mean, I know you've just been recently appointed, Ms. Choi, so I'm not gonna, but I've been harping on this, going back to February, literally, about this, not just these funds, but other sources of funds. And, yeah, I can't allow another resolution to get passed and another contract that doesn't try to find a way to minimize the hurt and pain on the taxpayers. That is inevitable. I'm going to say it now, right? We're already in June. We might as well start talking about it. It's inevitable. Our budget situation is not good. And so we're hoping for that transitional aid and that it'll help us out. But I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure that the taxpayers aren't going to be harmed, minimize the harm to them in this coming budget cycle.
Councilman, I'm happy to look into the specific question you asked, which is whether forfeiture funds can be used to cover salaries and wages. I have not looked into that question previously. Ultimately, it is not the law department who is the arbiter of what we use that money for. It's the county prosecutor who approves requests to use forfeiture funds for various purposes. But we can try to connect with them and figure out if they would consider that an appropriate expense. And just to answer your second question, which was whether the council can amend from the dais contracts put forward by the administration, the answer to that one is no. While the council has the authority to review and approve contracts, ultimately preparing contracts is an administrative function. There's case law directly on point that I'm happy to share with you that makes clear
Thank you, Jordan.
that council can't insert itself in negotiations, which is what substantively changing the terms of a deal would be. But I'm happy to circulate that for all of you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Director.
Council President, before we call the next speaker, I just wanted to mark Councilperson Griffin present at 4:17 p.m. So we now have all 9 council members present.
Okay. Next up, Vivian Webb, Finance.
Good afternoon, Council President and council members. I have one item for your consideration. Agenda item 10.1, resolution 26-315, authorizing an emergency temporary appropriation to establish, and the emergency appropriation is for grant funding only, and this is to establish the grants in a total of $9 million. We have HUD grants for home, HOPA, and ESG for 2025 in a total of $4.8 million. We have an NJEDA grant, and that's for a digital media studio project for the total of $2.1 million. We have an increase of an NJDEP grant for park improvements for our various parks from 2024, and that's for $1,067,000. And then we have a sponsorship of the Jersey City Free Public Library for our Summerfest concert series for $13,500.
Thank you very much. When we were talking with administration about the agenda beforehand, I was told that tow truck expenses from this year's snowstorms were on this. Is that no longer the case?
This is to set up grants
Okay, so this is only grant money being appropriated to these.
being set up. Yes, these are grant.
Yeah, I was looking for that item on the tow truck expenses. Is that not here?
Right, we found an alternate funding source that didn't need to go for this for funding or ETA. So that's not on the agenda, but it doesn't mean it's not getting paid.
Got it. Thank you. And the Summerfest, the library, that is also grant money that we have been.
That's money that's coming in from the Jersey City Public Library to the city to sponsor the concert series.
Okay, so it's taxpayer money that's allotted to the library that is being given to the city for the series.
Back to cultural affairs, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Deputy Director Hart, Public Safety.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. Acting Deputy Director Lauren Hart, asking consideration for item 10.20, Resolution 26-334. It's a resolution authorizing the cancellation of the grant receivable balance. In 2023, the city was awarded a Division of Community Affairs American Rescue Plan grant for $40,000 with a match of the city of $4,500. This was to purchase personal protective equipment for firefighters, which was damaged during the COVID pandemic. This equipment was purchased, but the cost was covered by the fire department operating budget rather than the grant account that was established for that purpose. The $40,000 reimbursement check from the state of New Jersey was received by the city, deposited back into the fire department's operating budget. All the grant obligations were met and the grant was closed out. This resolution is for the cancellation of the $44,500 that was appropriated in that particular grant account.
Questions?
I think I'm confused. So initially, the grant was supposed to cover damaged equipment during COVID, correct?
Correct.
And we paid for the equipment to be repaired out of the capital budget.
So typically when we accept the grant, a grant account is set up. We purchase the equipment that's covered by the grant, and that money should be deducted from that grant account.
That account.
It was deducted from the wrong account. It was
Did they-
deducted from the fire operations budget.
That's what so they never fixed it.
This is the fix. So the equipment wasn't fixed, it was purchased. It was equipment that was damaged. So we were able
Okay,
to
so
buy
you
new
purchased
equipment.
new equipment.
Correct.
And this is essentially to rectify the error of the drawing with the money.
The accounting error, correct. Yeah.
Okay. So going forward, do we have anything in place to ensure this doesn't happen again?
Typically, the grant accounts have specific accounts set to them, so I'm making sure that every time we purchased it, it's being purchased from the appropriate
Right,
account.
appropriate.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilman, I'll add, there's 3 items on the agenda in a similar situation as this. 2 were personnel or employee errors, human errors. 1 was an accounting error from the switch from FOW, which is our old software, financial software, to the current software admins. So to the extent that you asked your question, we've made this correction so it won't happen again.
Okay. And just for the record, so that's 3 errors out of, we get hundreds of grants. Okay.
Vast majority of the grants have been fine, no accounting errors. This is one mistake, again, doesn't affect the bottom line, doesn't affect the budget. This is us cleaning up the books so the books reflect what actually transpired.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Covington?
Good evening, President Ridley and members of the council. I'm Lieutenant Congleton here on behalf of the Office of the Public Safety Director to speak on item 10.24, Resolution 26-338. This is a resolution authorizing a shared service.
Lieutenant, I'm sorry. Can you just bring the mic a little closer to you?
There you go. This is a resolution authorizing a shared services agreement between Jersey City and the City of Newark, specifically the Jersey City PD and the Newark Police Department NIBIN lab. NIBIN is the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. This can most simply be described as a fingerprint system for crime guns. Up until now, what we had been doing historically was when we recover ballistic evidence from a shooting incident within the city, that evidence, typically shell casings, is delivered on a weekly basis to a New Jersey State Police lab. And then it goes into a queue or a pile of work that the state police have to do. Oftentimes, we will not see a return in those cases for weeks and sometimes months. And so what this agreement would do is allow us to have a Jersey City Police detective assigned out to the lab in Newark. And we can now deliver that ballistics evidence daily and sometimes immediately, depending on the seriousness of the case. And we're seeing turnarounds, again, sometimes within hours or a day or so. The benefit to the city when it comes to this new system and this agreement is that having that quick turnaround of that ballistic evidence enables us to not only quickly solve crimes and get the most violent offenders off the street, but also equally important is many times we're able to prevent further crimes that would be associated with those shooting incidents by identifying the actors and getting them off the street. This agreement comes at no cost to the city of Jersey City. We're simply assigning out a detective to the Newark Police Department, and the agreement essentially governs the details of how that assignment would work. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions?
Yes, so how much are we saving by not using the third party that we were saving? I mean, that we were using?
There's no cost that I'm aware of by sending the work out to the state police, so that there's really no financial aspect of this. Really what it's saving us is critical time in identifying those weapons and those actors.
Right, because the lab is what, in South Jersey or something like that?
There's regional labs, so I believe that we would be taking the evidence historically to a North Jersey regional lab for the state police. Now, obviously, we're going much closer, but the big thing is that quick turnaround, because oftentimes if you're waiting, days or weeks during these investigations, that information, by the time we get it, might be stale. It might not really be helpful in the investigation versus getting it within hours or days. That can have a huge impact.
We have a ballistics analyst already on staff.
The officer that we're assigning out is being trained by the Newark folks and certified as a ballistics analyst.
And will that officer do any work for Newark or another municipality at that lab?
That is correct, yes.
So one of our officers will work in Newark, obviously take our cases, but also work on Newark's cases as well.
Yes, and there's two reasons for that. The first being that we don't have, thank God, enough shooting incidents to provide them work on an everyday basis. So when they're not working on a Jersey City case, that's the benefit to Newark in allowing us to do this, is they now have an extra person who can help with their caseload. But beyond that, it's also important for their certification process, their training process, to get exposure to different types of analysis, different types of weapons, and so on. And so we might not check all those boxes with the Jersey City cases. And so allowing them to work on those other cases that come into the lab is going to enable them to get the training boxes checked to get their certification.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Director Diaz, Community Development.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm bringing you agenda number 3.2, ordinance 26-034. This is a ordinance requesting that we expand our CSBG board as recommended by the state of New Jersey, who administers this grant to us.
Questions?
How many people are currently on the board?
Currently, we have 2. The current standing of the board allows for 3. It's a tripart board. We're extending that to at least 6 members, at most 9.
Okay.
Why not have the minimum be an odd number as opposed to a even number? I assume there's,
Because it's a tripart board. It's just the way the state recommends it in our bylaws. It's 3 members from local government, 3 members that serve low-income communities, and then 3 members of the public sector.
okay, so 6, so then 6 would be 2 of each.
Yes.
If there were a divided vote on that board, what would the outcome be?
So the tie would have to be decided among either the Director of Community Development or the Director of HEDC.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Noble, IT.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. I have 5 items for you today. First item, Resolution 26-329, Agenda Item 10.15. A resolution ratifying an award of a contract to Software House International for Autodesk software subscription through the New Jersey Cooperative Purchasing Alliance, Bergen County Co-op, for the Department of Administration, Division of Information Technology. Autodesk is a 2D, 3D computer-aided design software used for precise technical drafting and modeling, primarily used by the Division of Architecture for rendering plans. The city currently maintains 15 licenses, and the total cost of the contract is $63,762.15.
Questions?
I have a question. I just want to note that the contract is effective back to April 15th. Could you just explain what that's been like? Since April 15th?
Back to April 15th, yes. I think that had to do a lot to do with the temporary money that was in the budget for us to be able to pass through a lot of these contracts.
Okay. So we're paying them already, right?
We're using the software. We haven't paid them.
Okay. But we owe them regardless of whether this passes or
Yes.
services rendered from April 15th now. Okay.
I apologize. What number is this?
10.15.
Okay, next one.
The second item is Resolution 26-330, Agenda Item 10.16. A resolution ratifying a contract to Dell for the annual support of spatial data logic software license under the state contract for the Department of Administration Division of Information Technology. SDL is used for accessing construction, zoning, planning permit, food vendor licenses, pet license, and other license permits for HEDC and HHS. We currently have 50 licenses for SDL shared with HEDC and HHS departments. The total cost of the contract is $61,444.
Questions?
Yes. Similarly, this is backdated to January 31st.
Yes.
The following item backdated to May 1st. I know we've talked about this before. Can business administration just clarify what we're doing to make sure that we can avoid these kinds of scenarios going forward, where we're approving contracts with city council that we are already in, essentially, that we're already paying for, or that we are already going to be owing for services?
So we are currently doing a data audit on all the contracts spread between all the different departments. And some of the contracts have been deprioritized given our budget situation and workload. So we're hoping to catch up on all of them as quickly as we can.
Got it. So with these, was there an active decision made on January 31st in this case, or for the previous one on April 15th, where the department said, okay, we're going to renew this contract, or we're going to enter into this service, and then we have to later on catch up and get to city council, or was it more of a passive, just?
It renews. We have to let them know if we want to turn it off.
Okay. Okay, so it was a lack of letting them know we're turning it off as opposed to a proactive authorization on those dates? Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Yep, so usually if you want to turn licenses off, we have to let them know ahead of time that we are going down a different number or we're totally shutting down the software.
Okay, thank you.
I may ask, Director, so both of these last two contracts, they're like monthly, it's not like a open-end contract or anything like that. It's just a.
No, both these contracts for a year.
They're what?
12 months.
12 months. Okay. For the service for 12 months, is that?
Correct.
Regardless of how we utilize it, it's going to be the same amount, the contract.
Correct.
Okay. And then the second thing, just to piggyback on what the Councilman Efros was talking about. So who is responsible for these renewals? Does that fall squarely in your office, or is there a fiscal person in the office? I believe every office has like a.
Yes, it does. It's a partnership with my office and the fiscal office.
Yeah, there's somebody assigned to your office to do that. Okay. And I guess the question I would say, and I guess I'll ask, since we're talking about this in late contracts, is knowing that it's late, what's your mechanism or finances mechanism, or what do you guys do to make sure that that person who's in that responsible for that is?
So we have a spreadsheet with all of the IT related software renewals. And so we know prior to expiration, we're able to get the actual quotes before the expiration is and start the process.
Say again?
We have a spreadsheet with all of the software renewals for the IT department. And we are able to start getting the quotes ahead of time before the actual expiration. The quotes actually within our hands before the expiration. And then we have to process it through the rec and all the approval processes.
And so I'm assuming that's a tool that you're putting into practice today because it wasn't utilized before because,
Correct.
okay, clear, understood. Thank you.
Yeah, no, when I came into office, we had very poor license management and software management.
Understood. Thank you for doing that.
Next one.
The third item is Resolution 26-331, Agenda Item 10.17. A resolution ratifying an award for a contract with Cellco Partnerships Verizon Wireless for wireless data services for city mobile phones, data plans, and wireless connectivity required for the city operations under the state contract for the Department of Administration Division of Information Technology. The total amount for this contract is $139,474.92. These are essentially our cell phones, Wi-Fi devices, and tablets that are used by inspectors to go out in the field.
Questions?
Is this an open-end contract?
12 months. These are all,
12 months.
yeah. And every year we'll have to renew it.
No further questions.
The fourth item is Resolution 26.332, Agenda Item 10.18. A resolution authorizing an award of a contract to Dell for the purchase of two FortiGate 200G hardware appliances with 5 years of FortiCare Premium and FortiGuard Unified Threat Protection subscription, as well as the FortiAnalyzer virtual machine subscription license under the state contract for the Department of Administration Division of Technology. The total cost of this contract is $78,625.01. The IT department is proposing the purchase of the FortiGate 200G hardware appliance to strengthen and modernize the city's network security infrastructure. This firewall solution provides cybersecurity protection, including intrusion prevention, malware, ransomware detection, secure remote access, web application filtering, and threat intelligence. This monitors both outgoing traffic and incoming traffic. That's why there are two appliances.
Questions?
So there's hardware and support.
Or hardware support and licensing.
And what are these? What is the hardware that you got there?
So there are two devices that sit on our rack in the server room. And they actually monitor all of our traffic. So any outgoing traffic or incoming traffic actually goes through these devices.
It looks to me, and I'm just doing a review of this, it looks like 34,000 is the subscription license with support for a 5-year subscription license. And then is it fair to say that the balance is for hardware?
They're both for hardware with these license inside it. So there's two different pricings on it.
Yeah.
If you look down, so they both come with the hardware and licensing and support for both.
Okay. And what's the source of funds?
The IT budget.
Operating dollars?
Yes.
Yeah. I would ask the administration BA's office to look into this as well, whether this qualifies for operating dollars, again, $78,000. And there's hardware involved, I would assume. I'm guessing, I'm not an expert in these matters, but that hardware would probably qualify as potentially capital expense as well. And for
My
Yeah, okay.
understanding is these are for licenses.
Say it again.
It's for licenses.
Licensing, hardware, and support. So it's all three.
We can talk about the hardware, but the licenses wouldn't be eligible.
Can you say that again?
The licenses wouldn't be eligible for capital.
the hardware could be.
Yeah, but I think it's a small amount, but we can.
Look at that.
Okay, next one.
The fifth and final item is Resolution 26-333, Agenda Item 10.19. A resolution ratifying an agreement with Microsystems NJ.com LLC for the support of proprietary computer hardware and software systems for the Tax Assessor's Office funded by the Department of Administration, Division of Information Technology. The Microsystems is used daily by the Tax Assessor's Office to view and maintain and update assessment records for various properties around Jersey City. The total cost of the contract is $68,389.93.
Questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bernard Hurt.
Evening, Council President, members of the City Council. I'm speaking today on agenda item 10.39, resolution 26-353, a resolution ratifying an emergency contract award to Herc Rentals, Inc. for the emergency rentals of air conditioning units at the municipal court for the Department of Public Works. Total amount of the contract is for $92,734.
Questions?
Is there a plan for permanent replacement of the system as well? I imagine these units are just necessary as like a stopgap right away because it's really hot. But you be able to give any clarity on how we're going to permanently fix the situation so that we don't have to?
You're ruining the surprise, Councilman, but when we get to our capital ordinance, we'll have money in there that would be in part to replace the units that are permanently.
Okay.
The replacement will begin this year, assuming the council approves the capital funding, and then this should get us through that this year because as they're putting on the units, they won't be operational probably towards the end of the summer or fall. And obviously we want to make sure there's some kind of cooling there during the summer months.
Great to know. Thank you.
What's the source of funds on this?
One specifically is the POAA account. It's a account set up at the state level. It's a account controlled by the Superior Court. So it's not operating funds coming out directly from the city. We need authorization from the Superior Court and Trenton to spend the money, and it has to be related to specific court purposes, specifically parking offenses. However, every courtroom hears parking offenses. So the Superior Court was very gracious and allowed us to use the money for that.
What percentage of our cases heard in municipal court are in person? I'm putting you on the spot so you can.
Yeah, I don't know the exact percentage, but the majority. Like, I would say probably 85, 90.
As we look for ways to save money, I would ask the administration to look into whether we need that building for the courthouse, whether we can't put the judges in another spot. I know from having practiced there that very few cases are heard in person. Only DUI cases get in-person dates. I'm sure another city office can accommodate a courtroom. It's a very big expenditure to have that property, and maybe it has other uses for the city.
Yeah, we're limited with, definitely look into it, Councilman. We're somewhat limited because the AOC and the state have a lot of guidelines around that. From my understanding, every case has to be offered as in person. Some, excluding DWIs, can be offered virtually. It's up to the offended or the defendant whether or not they want to appear. But we have to make sure we have that available to them. And also for walk-ins is one of the big things that the court mandates, that we have an availability for someone to walk in to address any emergent matters.
I appreciate it, Peter. Just something for the administration, keep in mind that this may be a cost-saving opportunity.
And happy to look into it.
Thank you. Morgan Span, HHS.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. I have one item for your consideration. That is Resolution 26-342, Agenda Item 10.28. Cardiovascular conditions and hypertensive disorders, including chronic hypertension, gestational hypertension, and preeclampsia, are among the leading causes of pregnancy-related morbidity and mortality in New Jersey. These conditions disproportionately affect low-income communities and communities of color, which comprise a significant portion of the population served by Jersey City WIC. Early detection and intervention are essential to preventing serious complications and improving health outcomes for pregnant and postpartum individuals. By integrating blood pressure screening into routine WIC appointments, Jersey City WIC can provide a convenient, trusted, and accessible point of care for participants who may otherwise have limited opportunities for monitoring. The initiative will enable WIC staff to identify individuals with elevated blood pressure, provide education on warning signs and symptoms, and facilitate timely referrals to healthcare providers for follow-up care. The City of Jersey City Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Food and Nutrition, is preparing an application for the WIC Maternal Health Center grant to fund the blood pressure screening and referral initiative for the Jersey City WIC Clinic. The WIC Maternal Health Center grant is expected to run from November 2nd, 2026 through October 31st, 2028, and serve approximately 1,400 pregnant and postpartum people. HHS is requesting funding from the WIC Maternal Health Center and USDA to underwrite the WIC Maternal Health Center grant.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Vincent, Recreation.
Evening, Council President, City Council members. Pete Vincent here for the Director of as the Director of Recreation for the Department of Recreation and Youth Development. I have 3 items for your consideration. The first one is item 10.25, Resolution 26-339, a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a grant from the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs under Recreational Opportunity for Individuals with Disabilities Program for the City of Jersey City, inclusive after-school recreation programming. This resolution authorizes the acceptance of $20,000 grant from the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs under the Recreational Opportunities for Individuals with Disabilities Program. The City of Jersey City is required to provide a local share of $5,000, which will make the total amount of $25,000 for inclusive after-school recreation programming for children, young adults, and families with disabilities.
Questions?
Yes, so what are the locations for these after school?
Right now, currently, all of our programming is inclusive to those with disabilities and special needs. This grant money will allow us to have specific events in different places. We have not allocated specific places yet, but we have had events in the past throughout the city. We are looking at maybe returning to those venues. We've had a special needs social club. So we're looking to try to do that across the wards, maybe in the Heights, Ward A. Obviously, we're looking to do more things there, but it's open for discussion.
There are special needs organizations out there and groups. Do you collaborate with them on this programming?
We can. I can give you more a clearer answer on that of what we've done in the past. I could send that over to you. I'm not really too sure of who we have worked on it with in the past. I'm sure a great partner for us would be Special Olympics. Looking to do stuff with them anyway, moving forward. But we can definitely talk about that in the future.
There are some local groups my office can provide some information.
Yeah, we're open to it. We're open to all solution.
And also, there's a lot of parent advocacy groups out there for children with special needs. I think, they can be reached out to as well.
Yeah, my department will welcome communication from any of their city council offices, and collaboration with any groups that you guys know of.
Director, your memo makes reference to whole spectrum autism a couple of times. Did you speak to the leadership over there about this programming?
My staff has.
The reason I ask too is because they were concerned about being worried that the budget wouldn't reflect money towards their programming. I was wondering if this was the.
Yes, so this is an annual, to my knowledge, this is an annual grant that we've been accepting. So this money has been in our budget. So we're just asking for it to be given to us once again.
Okay, you can let me know offline about the communication you had with them. I got it out.
Councilman, can I clarify? We reached out to them. Most of the grant they are using are for events. As of now, that's what we hear about. I would say if you want to do ongoing programming, you should work with private schools offering special need education, or maybe public school, and we can work together.
Both?
Or both, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're looking into adaptive sport programming, as well as maybe even purchasing some sensory kits, for those with special needs specifically right now.
Thank you. We should just not focus on occasional events. That's what I want to say.
I agree.
Thank you, Director.
Keep it diverse, yes.
If I may, just, this is more to the BA's office. There's a match requirement, right? $5,000 local share. I recall, is it Vivian? That we have a separate grant account, matching grant account, for this, for these purposes. If we could get the balance on that.
Yep, not a problem.
Next one, Director.
Yes, the next item is 10.26, a resolution exercising the second and final one-year renewal option with John J. Caucus Incorporated, Quality Electrical Construction Company for sports lighting and scoreboard maintenance at various ball fields for the Department of Recreation and Youth Development and Division of Park Maintenance.
Questions?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with all of the fields and basketball courts. If you can like send me a list of them,
Yeah, absolutely.
that'd be great. Oh yeah, Coach Wolf. What's the locations?
Any other questions on this one? Next one.
10.27, a resolution authorizing the award of an open-end contract to Willie's Fence Company for chain link fencing citywide supply, delivery, and installation for the Department of Recreation, Youth Development, and the Division of Park Maintenance.
Questions?
Would this company fix the fencing at Pershing Field? Keith,
Oh, yes, yes.
Keith, has it been fixed yet behind the backstop? Thank you.
I know the name is chain link, but it's not just chain link fencing, right?
Oh, yes, no.
And it's just recreation, not all parks, not city parks.
Well, we encompass all of the city parks, so it's not just recreational areas, it's all parks, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Director Kaplan, Infrastructure.
Hello, good afternoon, Council Presidents, Council members. My name is Amanda Diamond. I'm the Director of Sustainability. I actually have, I'm stepping up with Director Kaplan today, and I have 2 items on the agenda. I think I only wrote down one, so I apologize for that.
Okay. I have 10:12 and 10:37.
Yes, I will be adding 10:38 to that as well. Okay. So the first one is 10:37, resolution authorizing the city to apply and accept grant funding from the Bloomberg Center of Public Innovation under the Love Your Block grant program. This will be a project that is going to be focused on mini grants for beautification projects that we will be able to disseminate to neighborhood associations across Jersey City, including for planting native plants, and also funding to apply and receive fellows for helping to manage those projects.
Questions?
Ms. Diamond, the title of so just to understand, do we have the grant already? Are we just, this resolution is to accept the grant?
This is to apply and accept. So yeah, normally grant resolutions prior to submitting the application, you will put forth a resolution to apply and accept.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear everything. Is this a matching grant?
There is no match.
Okay.
Okay, next one.
Okay, great. The next one is resolution 26-352 10.38. And this is the resolution authorizing the city to apply and accept funds from NJDEP for the purpose of the Urban and Community Forestry Stewardship Grant Program. And so this also, as far as I'm aware, is a no match grant. I can confirm that, but I just don't see it on the or on the resolution itself. It's a no match, and this would be for hiring a consultant to help manage a young tree training program. So that would include hiring a consultant to help out the Division of Forestry with managing smaller trees below an 8-inch DBH to make sure that they have the correct height, they have a central leader, and other important pruning requirements that should happen with younger trees, while the forestry staff is managing more of the mature, larger canopy of Jersey City.
Questions?
No, but just a statement. So like, we'll take Monticello, for example. There are trees, there's several trees that when they grow, they're growing out. And so like in Jersey City, we have a lot of narrow streets. So when it comes to like, not even tree trimming, but the process of picking the trees that we're planting, I think we need to consider the types, the way they grow. If, you know, growing straight up would be great in a city like this because, you know, you see trees growing in people's windows on main streets and you know, blocking signage of stores. So, you know, we're just hoping that.
This is also a program that can help alleviate some of those issues. So as an example, so primary objectives of proposing a pruning program include reducing like crossing, rubbing, or competing branches, eliminating co-dominant stems, but also establishing appropriate vertical clearance over sidewalks, roadways, signage, and infrastructure. So that is going to help us prep the trees as they grow so that they do have, so that people can have that kind of clearance. And we are, the younger that we can do all like the prep work pruning will make it a more healthy and easier pruning later on when the trees become more established and more mature.
Okay, and do we work with PSC&G because a few weeks ago they were on my street just hacking away. There was no real pruning. They were just chopping, cutting away from the wires.
So I know that the Director of Forestry has tried to create a relationship with PSC&G. I don't have the details of how involved he is in kind of managing their prunings, but it is something that we are aware of, and I can connect you to over email so that he can maybe provide a little more clarity on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Kaplan, you're up.
Thank you, Council President. We'll see if, I think we've gotten our technology working. Can Clerk and Council see the slides?
They can now.
All right, without a neck pain.
And Director, just if I could just interrupt just 1 second for people at home. You're only going to see the actual presentation. You're not going to see the people speaking unless there's going to be a ton of questions. So I don't know if Council President, if you would like to hold the questions to the very end.
Yes, we should. Let's get through the whole presentation. For any questions,
Thank you.
I'll call for questions.
Thank you, Council President. Director.
All right, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Clerk. So I'm here today with some slides to speak about our camera-assisted parking enforcement program. We're looking to pilot this, and we want to explain a little bit to the council beyond the resolution that's before you. The resolution before you tonight is to enter into a contract with the company Automotus. We'll discuss a little bit. There's two companies we're looking to use. The other company previously had a resolution approved to work with them.
Can you tell me the resolution number?
I left my paper at my seat. Yes, it is. Resolution 1012.
Thank you.
Or yeah, Resolution 26326, item 10.
Thank you. It's for the council as well.
Thank you.
Director.
All right, so today's conversation will talk a little bit about what the problem is that we're trying to solve and what the technology we're looking to utilize is, as well as the expected benefits. The survey results from a survey that we've had out for the last week or two, as well as our intention for the pilot, the timeline, and then, of course, have some time for questions and feedback from the council. So the challenge in a dense city like Jersey City, there's a lot of demand for curb space for various functions, much more demand than available curb space. And if it's not managed effectively, it results in problems, safety hazards, traffic congestion, and other conflicts. We understand that some of the commercial districts also face significant challenges with loading, as well as turnover for customers to visit the businesses in those commercial districts. And we recognize that having good signs and even having robust traditional enforcement really aren't enough for these curbside spaces to operate as envisioned for the benefits of everyone. So some specific challenges are vehicles blocking crosswalks within or too close to a crosswalk where they're blocking visibility of crosswalks, putting pedestrian safety concerns. Blocking bus stops as well, which impacts buses' ability and people ability to get on and off the bus. Vehicles blocking bike lanes. And vehicles blocking fire hydrants, which is another significant concern from, fire safety and emergency response. And we also recognize that the delivery, both of goods to businesses and to people, such as UPS, Amazon, and FedEx, as well as people getting in and out of Ubers and Lyfts, as well as people doing deliveries with vehicles and getting food from restaurants or bringing them to people, have increased the demand on curb space in the last number of years. So the goal of this program is to help us get to zero fatalities and serious injuries by improving the safety, the traffic flow, and overall reducing chaos from illegal parking and loading. When people don't have a space to load, don't have a space to run in for their quick errand, that's when people are making the choice to park in a crosswalk, to block a corner, to block visibility, or to double park in the street. So a key goal of this program is to provide the loading space as designed and keep them operating and free of long-term parked vehicles so that vehicles who need to load, if you need to run and pick up your child from daycare, you'll have a spot to do that. If you want to park for 2 hours in a parking spot, you won't have a vehicle parking there for multiple days. So that's really our goal. And we'll do that, again, by targeting through enforcement a few areas, some of which are listed here, and we'll explain very clearly on a later slide about parking in crosswalks, bike lanes, fire hydrants, loading zones, and at the corners where we block visibility. So the goal of the pilot program is to test and evaluate technology and enforcement tools before scaling up. Right now, there are 2 vendors that we'll get into briefly, and we want to look at a variety of use cases and locations to understand where each technology works best before we really make commitments and in terms of contracts with vendors towards scaling up a program. And we also want to focus this in a few areas where we can really collect a lot of feedback from residents, businesses, workers, and visitors, in addition to having clear KPIs and reporting metrics about the effectiveness of the program. So a little bit about the solution of camera-assisted enforcement. So the enforcement uses cameras and software. It identifies parking violations in targeted locations, and it helps the city enforce the rules more consistently and efficiently in areas that we know have high conflict and high safety concerns. The impact of this technology in other locations in other cities has shown that it reduces double parking by over 95%. Resulting in reduced violations, increasing pedestrian safety, increasing cyclist safety, and increasing traffic flow by not having vehicles double parked and other vehicles having to go around them, which in and of itself is a safety concern. It also has shown positive benefits for local businesses. It's shown an increase in turnover. So it actually increases the ability for people to park within the time allotted, whether it's 2 hours for a restaurant or whether it's a loading zone where you may run in and run back out in a short period of time. You may be aware Hoboken recently piloted a program, and being that they're our neighbor, we were very lucky to kind of get their data points in terms of what they experienced, and so we want to share that here. They found a 59% reduction in their bike lanes being blocked, a 44% reduction in bus stops being blocked, over 2/3, 67% increase in the turnover at loading zones. So people were not parking in a loading zone long-term, they were turning over and more vehicles were able to use those loading zones. They found that 93% of violators in Hoboken's program were not Hoboken registered vehicles, so not residents. They're people coming in mostly from out of town. They also found, and I think this is very important, so one of the reasons why we're looking into this program, that 93% of the violators did not receive a second ticket. Our goal, first and foremost, and can state explicitly and clearly, is to make the streets safer. The programs appear to be extremely effective of that. And when someone gets a ticket and changes their behavior, whether it's because there's a carrot, now there is a loading zone they can use, so they don't need to park in a bus stop or double park, or they're worried about getting a ticket because they know the stick of the enforcement, it will be extremely, in other places like Hoboken, it's shown to be extremely effective, and that's what we're hoping to see here as well in our program. Briefly, how it works. Cameras will detect vehicles in the no parking zones, or loading zones will have a time limit. Business rules will be developed. If a violation is detected, the system captures a timestamp photo of the license plate and the vehicle. The parking enforcement for Jersey City will then receive that image and potentially that video, and they'll review it for accuracy. So for example, if you have a truck near the Ped Plaza that's unloading and we say it's 20 minutes, but you have a truck rolling out kegs and they're servicing 5 bars all at once, and after the time limit, they're still rolling out kegs to service a bar. Our hope is that the discretion of a parking enforcement agent, being a human in the process, would not have a ticket issued when there's active visible loading happening, even if it's in violation of the strict time limit. That's why there's an important kind of human element here. Tickets are not going to be issued by robots. They are going to be using this visibility from these cameras to help Jersey City PD parking enforcement agents expand their reach. Once they choose to enter a ticket, they would enter it into the same pad they would use in person, print a ticket, put it in an envelope along with the information with the photographs, and mail it to the vehicle owner. The devices will operate 24/7 and in all weather conditions. So we're looking at 2 vendors. Automotus is the company that Hoboken's Clear program used, and that's the resolution before you tonight. The second vendor, MPS, they utilize safety sticks. You see a picture of them. They look like a parking meter stick, but they have cameras in them. Previously, I believe last council passed a resolution. So we're going to be looking to utilize that and start to utilize that technology within the bounds of that prior resolution as well. Automotus is affixed to poles and has visibility over sections of a block of the street. Safety sticks are limited to a single spot. And that's another reason why we're looking to pilot them both and understand where both technologies are most effective. A little bit on data privacy. These technologies are not surveillance systems. The sensors do not capture, they only capture de-identified activity for traffic and curbs. The only personal identifiable information is a license plate. Their faces are blurred beyond recognition, and these are software tools that the companies have already set up. Only the license plate and images of the vehicle are captured for the parking enforcement purposes, and no data is shared with any third parties or used for any other type of law enforcement. and only authorized users have access to the system. So we did conduct a pre-launch survey in order to collect information from the public. We published a closing date, I believe, last Wednesday. We've kept it open, but this data reflects the results as of June 2nd. And as of that time, we've had nearly 750 responses, 97% self-reported as residents, 45% are pedestrians, 44% are drivers, 33% use transit, and 23 are cyclists. Again, people may self-identify as multiple categories. We found that 27% of respondents felt significantly that parking behaviors affect safety in Jersey City, and that 26 additional felt that extremely. So, over half felt either significantly or extremely that safety was impacted by parking behaviors. And if you added moderately in other areas, you could see that almost all respondents agreed that there was some impact on safety of parking behavior. The areas of most concern were blocked visibility at intersections, double parking, blocked crosswalks, and congestion. In this slide, you'll see on the right, the dark blue is very often, the purple is often, and the light blue is sometimes. And the areas in which parking issues are observed by the respondents, the highest was vehicles parked too close to corners or intersections. The second category was double parking. The third was difficulty finding legal short-term pickup and drop-off spaces. The fourth was vehicles blocking crosswalks. And the fifth of significance was delivery vehicles stopping in travel lanes. The types of locations with the most parking-related issues from the survey were residential streets, commercial business districts, and school areas. Based on what they know today, over half of the survey respondents either support or strongly support camera-assisted parking enforcement. 37% of respondents either oppose or strongly oppose the program. There was some free-form areas where respondents were able to express their concerns. And so we just summarized a few of those into some categories of what we believe capture a number of concerns and mitigations. Concerns from the survey, and then a few responses from our team on mitigations. One of the top concerns was the lack of legal parking, especially for short-term pickups and drop-offs, which I think we agree with. I know I experienced that as well. And, our goal, is to look at making sure this program isn't a stick without a carrot. We want to ensure that curbside regulations reflect the needs of the area that we're launching this program in. So we are committed to looking at the curbside regulations, the existence of loading zones, the sufficiency of loading zones in areas where the program launches, as well as collect data through these devices in terms of the loading zone turnover rate. And if it is continually full, it would mean we need more loading zones, and we could work on roadway revisions to address that. We also are going to enforce loading zones that will create space for the short-term pickup and drop-off operation. That's our intent. Second area is privacy and surveillance issues. I think we discussed that on an earlier slide, but the cameras really are strictly used for parking enforcement. There was a concern about it being a revenue-generating tactic or a cash grab. And while there may be a positive revenue flow from this, based on other areas' experience, that's pretty short-lived. The revenue comes in, and then within a few weeks, the number of citations drops significantly as the behavior changes. So that really is our goal, is not to collect money. I mean, that's a benefit when it's enforcing good safety, but the goal is that the revenue would drop significantly, and that's actually one of the key KPIs of this, is that the number of tickets or citations issued drop significantly after launch. The technology failure or loss of human discretion, and I think that's an important point of why the trained parking enforcement officers will be there to issue all citations. The camera will assist. It will not issue the citation in and of itself. So we did meet with the SIDS on May 14th, And overall, they had positive feedback from the leaders of the SIDS representing the business community and provided, I think, some positive input into the conversation. One of the key aspects was maintaining an open communication to the businesses throughout the pilot, as well as remaining flexible and responsive to unintended consequences, including spillover of issues onto side streets next door to the corridor enforced. So that is something we're taking into the next phase when we actually start to identify corridors. So the specific violations that are going to be targeted through this program will be parking in areas of no parking anytime. Often these are the areas on the corner that allow for visibility to the side street or to pedestrians and crosswalks. It also will support no stopping or standing, loading zones, school pickup drop-off zones, bus stops, intersections, driveways, crosswalks, bike lanes, and blocking fire hydrants, double parking, as well as parking on sidewalks. Before we launch the pilot, we intend to update and expand loading zones in any areas where we believe that is a deficiency, where we're looking at the program. Based on some surveys conducted from other projects, we anticipate that business needs loading typically lasts between 15 and 30 minutes, and a business averages 5 deliveries per day, typically between 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. So we're going to utilize this broad data, and we're going to work with the SIDS once we have specific locations really to establish loading zones. Overall, the areas that we're looking to pilot include commercial districts, areas near transit with high pedestrian and cycling activities, as well as areas with protected bike lanes that have short-term pickup and drop-off conflicts, as well as areas near schools. So we're hoping in this pilot program to have a sample that touches on a variety of these different areas. Our timeline, we've met with the SIDS and we've conducted the public outreach survey. This week, we have the council resolution before you. Subsequent to that, we will work on finalizing locations based on input from the survey, input from the SIDS, and input from council members as well. Once we have locations identified, we will begin significant amount of community outreach and noticing before we launch any actual citation program. For each location that we'd be looking to roll out, we've made a commitment to have a general community meeting. So a public meeting, hopefully with some council members' office. We'd love your support and help in getting the word out and getting feedback and information from the general community, in addition to a meeting really targeted at the business community organized in partnership with the SIDS. We also will be doing targeted location and corridor surveys, looking at loading zones needs, door-to-door noticing and outreach to businesses is appropriate, depending on the specific zone, as well as flyering and putting up information in pilot areas, as well as ensuring that the signs, stripings, and pavement markings is what I mean by striping, are accurate and reflecting the loading zones, no parking zones within that corridor. Again, our goal is not to trick anyone. We want to make it abundantly clear what we're asking people to do to be safe with their vehicles, and then enforce that. So I know that was a lot. That was my presentation, Council President, but I'll be happy to take questions, and I can go to the podium for that.
Okay. Questions. I do have one that came from the residents. They wanted to know during this pilot, are they actually receiving live tickets, or is it a warning sticker saying, hey, if you parked here 2 years from now, you could have received a ticket?
The intent of the program is to issue actual citations, but that would happen later in the summer. We're looking to continue public outreach about specific locations once we've identified those. But when the program goes live, even while we call it a pilot, we would be issuing citations that would be fines and require payment.
Director, I have several questions. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Just from a data standpoint, the slide you presented, I think there was like 700 and something participants in the survey. Do we have a breakdown of, I guess, where these people live? As it was said, Jersey City residents, but a breakdown as it relates to what ward they live in, the ethnicity and things like that.
I echo that question.
Yes, we do. And Councilman Gilmore and others, thanks to your offices for helping us distribute this across the entire city. I don't know, Lindsay, if you have the data, but it does represent respondents from across the city, although I do think it's a little bit biased towards downtown, but it is more representative than I think.
Hi, Council President, members of council. As of right now, and I will say we've now got 814 responses in the survey. As Andy mentioned, we're continuing to collect responses before we finalize any locations. So we have for 07302, which is downtown, we have 33% of respondents were from downtown. 07304 is about 17%. 07305 is about 12%, 07306 is about 13%, 07307 is about 21%, and then others made up less than 3% of the total.
Okay. So I would, I'm just gonna say, I would urge you guys, when you're taking data, if your goal is to capture the entire city and how one feels about something, there are 6 wards. You have to, you know how you speak about before putting up these cameras, the measure you're going to do to warn people and do all of that? That type of attention to detail has to be displayed in the survey period, because this is what the narrative is going to be. We understand safety is important, but they're going to say, oh, people downtown want to control the narrative, right? Now, my office have done our part in making sure people participate and they have access to this information. But again, if the intent of this is to see if, to get the input about the pilot, right? We have to be very cognizant of how we're capturing data. Because I mean, I think the initiative is good. I think what we're doing is good, but we don't want to get in an instance where it looks like a certain portion of the city is controlling the conversation, controlling the narrative, controlling the infrastructure and things like that. And I guess my other question, I'm going to try to be brief because it's a lot with this resolution here. And you know, some people are a little uneasy, right? Some people are saying, you know, what if they're targeting certain areas? I'll be on the record. I'm sick of cars parked and fire hydrants and in all that area, right? But I know Jersey City, and I know there's an opportunity for us to get it right, and it's not an opportunity. And if we don't get it right, what they're going to say is a tale of 2 cities again, right? So I say all that to say that we just have to make sure we get it right. Now, as it relates to these no stopping or standing areas, and these, I guess these tickets are going to be there. How does it work if someone's in said vehicle, and they're waiting for someone? It's technically still breaking the law because there's no stop and stand. It doesn't refer to if you're going in or out. But how does that actual interaction look?
Yeah, so first, just to respond to your points about being representative of the whole city in the survey, I wholeheartedly agree. And to that extent, we greatly appreciate your office's support and other council members' office support in distributing the survey through a variety of different mechanisms. And we continue to appreciate the support of and advice and guidance to ensure that all wards are getting responses and responding. As Lindsay mentioned, about 1/3 was downtown, but about 2/3 was not. So we'll love to continue that dialogue to ensure that we're having strong engagement across the city. That is a key and important goal, and appreciate you bringing that up. To your extent, your question about whether someone's sitting in the vehicle versus not sitting in the vehicle, at the end of the day, it's going to be the ultimate judgment of the parking enforcement officer. But the program itself, whether you're sitting in the vehicle or not in the vehicle, if you're on a corner and you're blocking visibility of a pedestrian or you're blocking visibility of a side street from the main traffic, it's still being a safety issue and a concern, regardless of whether the driver is in the vehicle and the vehicle's on or not. So ultimately, you know, if someone pulls over and jumps out to put a kid in a car seat, that's going to be up to a parking enforcement officer, whether they issue a ticket or not. But they would be in violation and they would be creating an unsafe condition. So it is very possible that they would receive a citation.
May I ask just on this note about the human element of the final call in the parking enforcement and actually sending out a citation? Would infrastructure and or public safety develop a set of guidelines on what kind of calls the parking enforcement officer should be making in these situations? I like the idea that there is a human element, and I also want to figure out like how we can avoid arbitrary decision making around whether or not to send out citations.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good point. And currently, there's a variety of arbitrary decisions, discretion being made by individual parking enforcement agents in the field. And as they're at the desk making these decisions, we will work with that department, with Lieutenant Sinofsky, to kind of give some guidance to his officers. And also, look, we're going to create business rules within the technology system. So like, for example, let's just say there's a 15-minute loading zone. At 15 minutes and 1 second, we're probably not going to have that go to a parking enforcement agent. There's probably going to be a buffer, and it's going to be determined partially based on workload, right? But also, you know, in fairness. And that's going to be a conversation where I'm not a parking enforcement agent. I don't view these types of violations every day. They are professionals in that, right? And this will be a conversation with their leadership to determine what these appropriate kind of policies and recommendations should be in, or considerations when they're issuing tickets.
One other quick question, Director. So there's a bunch of construction going on. Some city streets have been under siege for like 15, 16 months. So an instance where like the white street have been blocked off for the last, before you even came to the city. So an instance like that, like how do we accommodate for that continued construction that's going on? Because I think they're doing lead lines and water mains and stuff like that. So let's say if a camera was installed at that intersection and it say don't park on the corners, right? That's the only place you can park. You park at the corner and then you got to walk down because you can't drive down. How does the cameras work in that instance?
So most likely, we're going to be targeting a small number of corridors, and most likely those will not be fully in residential areas, or if they will, they'll be within a block or two of a school or something like that, in terms of the first phase of this pilot. When a roadway closure happens, and obviously there's changes in traffic patterns at the end of those blocks, I think that I would recommend that be part of the considerations of a traffic enforcement agent when they're reviewing the video, that they take that into consideration, but they also take into consideration the impact, right? So if you're blocking the intersecting street fully in order to unload, that's probably not good either, right? So there's a trade-off here, but I do think that will be something we'd look to accommodate or as a consideration when developing guidance and to the parking enforcement agents.
Okay. Lena?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I believe you answered some of these questions in our private meeting, but I just want to get this on the record. Sure. The data is encrypted, correct?
That is my understanding.
And where is it stored?
Don't have the answer to that off the top of my head. I'm not sure if it's in the vendor, believe it's the vendor server, but I'm not positive. I had to get back to you on that.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Director. This is we had a good discussion about it. I think it is needed. City is growing. There are a lot of people driving and breaking the laws. So we have to come up with a solution. So thank you for this. My only recommendation would be that enforcing this. So for example, if you are choosing 4 streets in downtown, please choose 4 streets in all the wards. If we do not enforce it equally, people will complain, and then we have to come up with, some solution. So that would be my request. And I would say that the reason most of the downtown people have participated because that's how it is, right? They go out quite openly about the opinion. They go out in neighborhood meetings and they have been telling us that they like this enforcement because they are the ones suffering a lot because downtown is way more congested than any other area. So I feel that is the reason you see most of the people participated are from downtown.
Director, a few questions. Are you done?
Oh, you done, Mata?
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamba. Hoboken seemed to have a successful trial. Did they renew the program?
They did not.
Why?
Hoboken program launched during Christmas season without strong conversations with their business community, also during an election season. And for those variety of reasons, their program had a sunset and their council chose not to continue it beyond the sunset, despite what I personally believe would be encouraging numbers to the effectiveness on safety of the program. The business community felt like they were not engaged and did not feel like the program was successful to them. And that was one of the key lessons learned and one of the reasons we've been doing strong SID outreach to our business communities in Jersey City.
Now, for commercial districts to be successful, I think you'd agree with me, we need frequent turnover from curb parking. So I'm certainly in favor of enforcement, but we also have to attack the root cause of why people are double parking, which is the lack of frequent available curbside parking. Can you talk to what steps your department is taking to, one, fix the parking meters throughout the city, but specifically in General Square and Ward C, and also change our commercial districts to be more shorter term parking on the street, which would encourage people to park off street at the parking decks, which are not full in General Square?
So Councilman, I share those concerns, and I think there are many strategies that could be implemented to encourage parking turnover. But right now, what we're looking at proposing is really specific to enforcing the rules that are there. It is our desire to have a larger conversation, and this is one of the recommendations in the draft transportation master plan, to look at parking regulations more broadly, especially in commercial districts. But right now, I don't think we're prepared to have that long conversation. What we are prepared to do is to look at enforcing the loading zones, enforcing the safety elements. And to us, the turnover is important to the business district and the vitality, and that is absolutely critical and important. But having adopted Vision Zero, that really is our top priority. And so looking at this program from a safety lens with other benefits, right? It'll benefit business turnover is how we're approaching it. But we understand that there's more conversations about how to support the business community beyond this program.
What timeline would you suggest for being able to roll out a more efficient parking system? For example, India Square, the people who are coming for restaurants are ideally they'd park in the empty lots there or the parking lots that are available. If you're going to drop off or pick up, or you're there for a quick shopping trip, you park at 30-minute parking, which I would be in favor of implementing. Same on Bergen Avenue, same on the boulevard between Bergen Avenue and Tunnelly. I think it's a matter of equity. If we're going to enforce, you also have to solve the problem of why there's a lack of, why there's a need to enforce as well. So again, I'm in favor of the pilot program, but can we roll it out at the same time your office is ready to roll out these parking changes?
I don't think we're going to be ready to roll out. So we will be rolling out the changes to the parking on the corridors. That is something that we're committed to looking at. But to look at it comprehensively, to look at offsite parking, to look at pricing strategies of the meters, that's a longer term conversation that we frankly are working to increase our staffing to accommodate, among other things, hiring traffic engineers. So I don't have a firm timeline for that, but it is an understandable pain point for many of our businesses and residents of the city, and is something that we, as infrastructure, want to partner with the parking authority, who really owns the enforcement aspect, and work collaboratively towards having better curbside policies overall.
Again, I'm not being critical. I'm in favor of the enforcement. I often half joke. I want Stu to give me a parking book so I can issue tickets myself. There's a need for the enforcement, for safety, for keeping people moving throughout Journal Square. But I would implore your office to look into this other part as soon as possible, because you can't do it piecemeal, and there's many pieces missing into what's causing a lot of issues in terms of safety, traffic, difficulties for businesses. I would ask that you look into those, and we could talk about it offline more too, Director.
Yeah, totally acknowledge and hear you, and we can talk more offline about how we can, more broadly make things less of a pain point and make this work better.
Councilman Brooks.
Hi, Director. I just have two questions. One, there was a slide that talked about the percentage reduction in the Hoboken case study. How did they get a baseline?
So in Hoboken, and we are hoping, but have not yet got it exactly committed, that we're going to have these technology devices installed. Let's see if I get that slide. Installed. It's not working. We'll have these technology devices installed before we start issuing tickets. So they'll be able to pretty much run and then just capture the data before tickets are being issued. That's where the baseline comes from. And some of that also comes from ensuring that the system's calibrated, that the communication between the vendor and JCPD is appropriate and working. So during that kind of soft, no ticket launch period, we'll be collecting before data to compare it to.
Got it. Okay. And then my second question is, there, in terms of the data security, one of the slides talked about not sharing with third parties. So I guess we wouldn't consider the municipal prosecutor a third party.
That's correct.
Okay.
We've had a preliminary conversation with the municipal prosecutor. This technology has been vetted in other municipalities in New Jersey as compliant. So, the municipal prosecutor does not anticipate significant challenges about whether it is legal to do this. But they do anticipate some, challenges to individual citations. And they've been kind of talking to other places in the state that have these programs to kind of understand what to expect.
Okay. Yeah, just highlighting that because I think it might be confusing if we're saying we're not sharing it with a third party, that residents might think, oh, the prosecutor, you can't share that picture with them. But just to make that clear, that's kind of in-house.
Correct. I appreciate that flag. So to be clear, this would be shared with the parking authority or now public safety within the city government. It would be shared with any municipal prosecution or adjudication of the citation as well.
Now, just to piggyback off of Councilman Brooks' first question in regards to Hoboken, and I apologize if this was answered. If this was asked, I stepped out for a second. But Hoboken, you mentioned, did the pilot program. Did they implement the service?
So their pilot program had an expiration date, and the Hoboken Council chose not to continue their program for, in my opinion, political reasons. I think there was some pushback from the business community that responded negatively to the program, as well as some of the timing of their rollout. They did roll it out during Christmas shopping season, during an election cycle, and the business community did not have as strong of engagement as we intend and have laid the groundwork to have. And we believe that they need to be critical partners in the success. And our initial conversations with the leadership of the various SIDS has been very positive. So, we believe that with the businesses and the SIDS as a partner and helping us shape the program, we'll be able to avoid some of the political challenges that Hoboken's program faced. Although, in my opinion, their program data suggests that it was very effective from a transportation and a safety standpoint.
How long was the Hoboken pilot?
Don't remember the exact length, but I believe it was a few months. I believe it was kind of during the winter of 2025. I'm not sure the exact dates off the top of my head. I can get back to you on that.
And are there any municipalities in the state that's been doing this program for like over a year?
Yes. There are two vendors, and this is where it gets a little bit wonky. The vendor Safety Six has an extensive deployment across the state, especially kind of North Hudson County and Lower Bergen County. They're active there. They've been active there, Fort Lee area for, I don't know the exact time frame, but for an extended period. Automotus has other cities in New Jersey. I'm not sure the exact extent or scope of them. I can get back to you on that. But they also are working with a number of other cities nationally. This is kind of a,
Okay. The reason why I asked is to see if we can get numbers from a municipality that's done this a long time versus a pilot program.
certainly we can work to get that information.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, Councilman, we will see if that's in state, and we absolutely have some of that data from other cities and other states that are comparable to us, but we can try to get both.
Councilman LeVar.
I will also apologize, Director. Thank you for your presentation. I didn't catch some of that, but are tickets issued in real time, or are they like, can an officer be looking at a recording and issue a ticket?
So they're not issued in real time. The officer would review it, a package of these on their desk, as I understand it. They would get, a few officers would be able to look at various locations. So it wouldn't be like a surveillance system that an officer is watching in real time. It would be when a violation occurs, the information would be sent to an officer, I believe in a short period of time, the next day, something like that, but I can get back to you on the exact time frame.
Okay, and how many officers will be manning these monitors or looking at the video? And the short tickets?
We've had preliminary conversations with public safety, and don't have the exact number. I think some of it will depend on the volume of citations issued. But overall, public safety believes that it will allow them to redeploy current field personnel who are in these hotspots that we may be putting this enforcement, and reduce the number of agents it takes so there may be one person at a desk instead of 4 people in the field. And then those field agents could be deployed to other functions throughout the city. So the exact numbers, I don't know that we've worked through that yet, and some of it will depend. And also because we anticipate a large volume of citations when the program initially rolls out, but then very sharply dropping off. We may be looking at different numbers for the first few weeks of the program versus when it stabilizes.
What if an individual wanted to contest the findings? Is it just like a normal parking ticket? And
Correct. They would be able to contest this as a typical parking ticket. The other thing that would be possible is, because parking tickets are tied to a vehicle owner and the vehicle itself as opposed to the driver, I believe there's a process where they could look into that as well. But actually, I'm sorry, I think I'm mistaken. That was a different enforcement program as well. Because parking tickets are issued to vehicles, this would be contestable by the vehicle owner who'd receive it in the mail through the courts.
Yeah. I saw a slide regarding protecting residents' privacy. Can you speak to that again as to what's being done to protect residents' privacy in this?
Certainly. We understand this is a concern, and we share that concern. And I think the slides up here, that these are not surveillance systems, that the sensors are there to capture traffic and curb activity, and our understanding is that the systems will blur beyond recognition any personally identifiable information outside of the vehicle's license plate. Also captured will be images of the vehicle, and that these images are only going to be used for parking enforcement purposes, no other purposes. None of the data is shared with third parties or other types of law enforcement activities. It will be shared with parking enforcement activities and with the municipal courts as appropriate.
For disabled drivers or passengers or elderly residents, what accommodations are made if you end up parking in a no parking zone to drop them off or pick them up or whatever the case it might be there?
Yeah, a great question. I think to me, what's most effective in order to pick up an elderly resident in a commercial district, for example, who's going to utilize a restaurant or, one of the businesses, is that there would be a loading zone that driver and that elderly individual could use. Right now, the alternative would be double parking in the street and allowing that person a short walk. Additionally, we do have general handicap spaces along some of our business districts. So that also is a consideration when we look at that curbside management to try to support those individuals. This system is not enforcing parking meters. I believe there may be certain ADA hang tags will have impacts to parking meters. I'd have to talk to public safety to really get the details on that. I don't have that information, but since we're not impacting parking meter enforcement directly with this would not impact any of those rules.
Council members, I'm going to ask that if we have any additional questions, if we would send them via email to Director Kaplan and blind copy the council so that he can respond and everyone can see it. Because we do have some other presentations tonight. So,
Okay.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council.
And Councilman Griffin says we have game 3. Deputy Mayor Podar.
Can everyone hear me? Good evening, Council President. Good evening, members of the council. I'm here tonight to speak on 3 different items. The first is agenda item 3.8, ordinance 26-040, which is the proposed ordinance to split 10% of future pilot revenue with the school district. The second is agenda item 3.13 and 3.14, ordinances 26-045 and 26-046, which are collectively the ordinances for the pilot for Canal Crossing for the 2 different buildings on that site. So I apologize for the volume of documents we've given you today, but I'll start off by giving an overview of the project itself. And then I'll turn it over to our financial advisor, Tom Banker, who will do the actual presentation on the analysis of the pilot terms. And then finally, we also have Deputy Mayor Bryant and Jen Credidio from the McManaman, Scotland, Bauman law firm, who will be here in case there are any questions pertaining to the legal aspects of the school funding ordinance. So I think by now, most or all of you are familiar with the site. This is the Canal Crossing redevelopment area, directly across from Berry Lane Park and adjacent to the Garfield Avenue Light Rail Station. On this map, where it's demarcated phase 1 and phase 2, you can see where the 2 residential multifamily buildings were going to go. And then phase 3 is where the planned future Garfield Park will go. As we'll discuss further, this will be the first development going into a historically very contaminated site, which has not seen any development for many, many decades at this point. So to provide a quick overview of the benefits of the Canal Crossing project from the perspective of the administration, the first, very significantly, is 20% affordable housing. This will include units at 50% of area median income and 30% of area median income. Those 30% AMI units are the ones that will be $1,000 rents and under, which we're very excited about. We will have new public park benefits, including a new 30,000 square foot park, Garfield Park, along with the beginning of the extension of the Morris Canal Greenway out from Berry Lane Park. The project will be built with 100% union labor for the construction phase, and prevailing wages will be required for all building service workers once the buildings are operational. Within the 2 mixed-use residential buildings, there will be 20,000 square feet of commercial and retail space, which I think many recognize as desperately desired by this particular community. The plan is structured such that the highest amount of density is located directly adjacent to the Garfield Ave light rail stop, in line with principles of transit-oriented development. There will be structured parking, roughly 3 spaces per 5 units in both buildings. And then finally, as we'll discuss a little bit more, part of this whole process has been the remediation of very significant environmental contamination on the site. So a little bit about the history of the site. This plot was previously used for industrial purposes for over 50 years, including the generation of chromate chromium, which is a highly toxic industrial chemical. Due to that contamination, the site was left undeveloped for many, many decades. And all credit to the community, a very extensive litigation process ensued to determine who would be forced to bear the costs of that remediation. In that sense, the site is very similar to the Bayfront site, where we have a very similar history of contamination that was only ultimately remediated due to the efforts of the community. And there was also a great deal of cooperation with the Corporation Council during the Healy administration to bring this litigation against PPG and get a consent order requiring them to clean up the site. So in 2009, there was a joint consent order signed, which led to the extensive remediation efforts that have occurred over the past 15 years. There's significant amount of detail we can provide here, but at its most basic, in 2020, the DEP finally issued a no further action letter indicating that the site is ready for redevelopment, and there have been multiple progress reports from the court-appointed site administrator since then, providing more detail on the status of the remediation efforts. This slide just goes through the development program for both buildings in a little bit more detail, and shows you the split. The building on block 10 is slightly less dense, 6 stories and 215 units, with a little bit less commercial and a little bit less parking. The second building is obviously more dense and a little taller, with more units, more commercial, and more parking. So, of course, this is the first pilot that we're bringing before you as an administration for the council. So we just want to briefly talk about how we believe our approach to pilots differs substantially from what it has been in the past. In addition to the school funding ordinance, which we'll talk about in a second, the core belief of the mayor is that pilots should be used to unlock public benefits and should not just be a giveaway to developers to line their own pockets. We believe that this project and the myriad public benefits that are part of it satisfy that requirement, that philosophy. Every pilot application that we bring before you for your consideration will have been vigorously vetted by independent outside advisors, and we will not allow there to be any ambiguity in the terms of what the developer is required to do, which has happened in the past. Going forward, if you do choose to pass this pilot, there will be regular audits of this pilot and all the other pilots that may be passed in the future. And it's part of my role and the mayor's commitment, which is to drive the maximum possible public benefit that we can get out of every single one of these deals within the constraints that we are given. So finally, before I turn it over to to Tom Banker, our financial advisor, I'll talk briefly about the school funding ordinance, and Deputy Mayor Bryan is also here to answer any questions about that. So as I think all of you are aware, in 2017, the prior administration issued an executive order purporting to share 10% of future pilots with the school district. That order was never actually implemented, and so this would be the first time that the city would actually be voluntarily sharing pilot revenues with the school district. We spent a lot of time considering how to do this the right way and legally, and our proposal is to dedicate 10% of pilots to 10% of the revenue that comes from pilots for a school infrastructure capital fund. Those funds would come in from the pilots every year and be deposited into the fund. This would apply to this pilot if you were to choose to pass it. We would also seek to retroactively apply it to a certain subset of pilots, specifically those that were passed in the last 5 years, for projects that have not yet received a certificate of occupancy. So a couple examples of that are the embankment project, which obviously is just getting going now, 701 Newark, which is currently under construction. At the point at which those projects come online and begin paying pilot revenue, they would be subject to the ordinance and the money would go into the fund. In order to decide what capital projects are funded out of the capital fund, there would be an oversight committee composed of 5 voting members, 2 from the city government, 1 from the Board of Ed, 1 from the school district, as well as an independent member appointed by the mayor. And then there would also be a non-voting city council liaison who would provide input into the process, but would not vote on funding decisions. All committee recommendations for funding would come back before this council for approval ultimately before any specific project is funded. I'll now turn it over to Tom Baker, who will provide the actual pilot presentation.
I hope you have the presentation with the thing to advance.
I do.
Good afternoon or good evening, council members. My name is Tom Banker. I'm the president of the Banker Group, LLC. We're an independent financial advisory firm that's been in business since 1999. We provide services to both government and private sector organizations. We provide independent financial analysis of the economic feasibility of development projects. We have other services, but that's the main thing that we do that applies to this assignment. I have a long history in local government in New Jersey. This is actually, we are approaching my 52nd anniversary of my start in government, which was with the city of Newark, where I served as the budget director and the assistant city administrator. I've been the executive director of the Essex County Improvement Authority for 11 years. I've been the top administrator in the borough of Caldwell and in the town of Belleville. I also was the deputy county administrator for Essex County. I have 25 years of classroom experience in the Columbia University graduate program in public administration, and an overlapping 20 years of classroom experience in the Rutgers University graduate program in public administration. For the last 27 years, starting in 1999, I've operated the Banker Group LLC. As I said, we are an independent advisory firm. We have both public and private clients. The one you're probably most familiar with is we have been for the last 16 years the redevelopment advisor to Harrison here in Hudson County. We're very proud of the progress that we've helped Harrison make in converting the south side of the beehive of industry into a very successful example of the use of redevelopment. So that's my background. I'm happy to drill down more into that if anyone is interested.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thanks. So you already heard from the deputy mayor about most of the statistics of this project, so I'm not going to dwell on the size of it. It's 500 units, 20,000 feet of retail, almost 300 parking spaces, and it's about a $320 million program. You heard again these statistics. It's 675,000 square feet, so it's a very large project. And you can go to the next slide. All right, so what has been proposed is that this thing doesn't want to stay put, but what's been proposed is a 30-year tax abatement starting at 10% for the first 15 years, going to 11% over the next 10 years, and the last 5 years at 12%. It also includes what I would call an aggressive program of the alternative, which is under pilots, you pay the greater of 2 formulas, the percentage of annual gross revenue, which is what the 10, 11, and 12 represents. And the alternative is a percentage of, quote, otherwise applicable taxes, which is what full real estate taxes would otherwise be. And that advances from 20% through stages of 40, 60, and 80%. What's happening here is The proposal after negotiations with the city includes an aggressive set of the OAT numbers. The 80% can normally be in effect for as little as 1 year. In this case, it's being proposed to be in effect for the last 6 years. That's a very significant difference from what is typical. You could advance the slide, please. As was talked about earlier, and I'll now emphasize it because it was a big part of our analysis, this proposal is not what the developer asked for originally. The developer basically said they wanted to build this project, they wanted the pilot, but they weren't prepared to work through the major public improvements that the city was interested in. After negotiations with the city, and I was not involved, this is my observations, not something that I participated in. As you heard, there are two very significant outcomes. One is the improvements to Garfield Park, the creation of this new 33,000 square foot park, and also improvements, connectivity improvements to the Morris Canal Greenway. All of those improvements are being borne solely by the redeveloper. So those are at the redeveloper's expense, and they must be completed prior to the final CO being issued on the project. As you heard, this project has 2 phases, 2 buildings. Those public improvements have to be completed before the CO will be issued for the second building's CO. When we reviewed this, one of the things that we noted was that the costs for this project are materially higher than what we typically see when we are reviewing applications for tax abatement. The cost at over $500 a square foot for the phase 1A and almost $450 a square foot for phase 1B are definitely higher than what I would say would be the typical. However, there are 4 major reasons for those costs being higher. Number one is this project is seeking public assistance, not just in the form of tax abatement, but it's also seeking public assistance from the New Jersey Aspire program, which is run by New Jersey EDA, and it's seeking support from the New Jersey Housing Mortgage Finance Agency in the form of low-income housing tax credits. Because of EDA's involvement, they will be required to provide prevailing wage on, as was noted in the Deputy Mayor's presentation, on both all construction activity and all of the building service activity after completion. So that's the first reason for increased cost. The second reason is that in addition to the public improvements of the parks that you heard about, this site does not currently have what I would call normal public infrastructure. There are no local streets, there are no sewers, there are no water mains. All of those infrastructure improvements will be installed as part of the development, and they will be installed at the redeveloper's expense. The third thing is you did hear about the environmental conditions, and they were not borne, those costs were not borne by the redeveloper, but the results of that and the conditions of the site require that there will be specialized construction techniques required on this program. They will not be able to use the normal shallow spread footings. They will not be using the same normal building materials. These will not be stick-built buildings. They will be using specialized construction due to soil conditions and topography. They'll add to cost. And lastly, while I know it is desirable to the municipality and it is a requirement of the Aspire program, there will be 20% affordable housing provided as part of this project. Under the standards of those programs and as typified here today, that will mean that the average rent received on the 20% affordable component will be less than 50% of AMI. The highest number is 50% of AMI, and there's a significant percentage that will be at 30% of AMI. Those are costs that would normally be borne by, full rents. When you're not getting full rents, it increases the cost to be borne by the rest of the project. We think that those reasons are a reasonable explanation for why the construction costs, the project costs are higher than what we would see typically. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so our methodology was to basically compare two scenarios for each of the two phases of the building. We assumed that the project would have to have prevailing wage and all the things I just mentioned on the last slide. But we assumed that there were two scenarios, one in which the project would pay full real estate taxes, and the second in which the project would pay the pilot under the terms that I outlined earlier. What we determined, and as exhibited on the slide that's before you, is that under full property taxes, it is our opinion that this is not economically feasible to be constructed. That the developer, if not granted a tax abatement, cannot secure traditional financing, cannot identify traditional equity investors because the returns are not adequate. What you can see here, and again, I'll do it just for perspective, probably as much for the audience as for the council itself, is that we measure three metrics. The internal rate of return, which for long-term projects to be competitive needs to be at least 8%, and usually up to about 12% is not considered to be a windfall. So those are reasonable rates of return. Under 8%, you probably aren't going to attract either equity or lenders. The yield to cost is another measure, and this is a measure that is, you basically take the net operating income for the project and compare it to the total cost, not to the equity, but to the total cost. And that's done in the first stabilized year, which is typically the second or third year after the CO. Okay. Those numbers need to be north of 6% in order to be sustainable for, again, investors and lenders. And up to 7% is still in the range of reasonableness. When you get over 7%, we could start to argue that it's getting to be pretty rich. In this case, as you can see, without a tax abatement in the full tax scenario, neither project has an adequate IRR or an adequate yield to cost. And then the final measure is something called the debt service coverage ratio. The debt service coverage ratio is the relationship between the amount of free cash available after you pay normal expenses. And that's the amount that's available to cover your mortgage. Okay. Most traditional lenders will not consider lending money long-term unless you can exhibit a coverage ratio that's at least 120% of your obligation. So if you owe $1 million as your mortgage payment, the lender wants to see that you have net operating income before debt service of $1.2 million or more. Again, as you can see from this chart, under full taxes, the debt service coverage ratio for both phases is well below the level that would be considered adequate for debt service coverage. In the alternative, with the pilot that was outlined, the IRR falls into the range that we consider to be adequate, but not excessive. The yield to cost is really not adequate for phase one, and I'll get to that in a minute. It is adequate in phase two, and overall, combined, it would be considered adequate. And the debt service coverage ratio is just barely adequate at the beginning. It does grow as the project goes on because typically debt service doesn't increase its level for a period of up to 10 years. So what we're concluding here is that this project, in the opinion of the banker group, is not feasible if required to pay full taxes, and it is feasible, although not excessively so, if it receives the pilot that was requested. Next slide, please. Okay, so from the standpoint of the city, obviously, in addition to the public benefits that were discussed earlier, the city's concern is what does this mean to the city financially? Okay, currently, the city, full city taxes on the site, on all the lots that make up this property, it's about $171,000 a year, of which the municipal share is about $63,000. What we are projecting, based on the rent stream and the terms of the pilot, is that there would be a annual stabilized pilot of just under $2 million a year, of which the city would get the vast majority, about 1.85 million. Over the 30-year term, we're talking about $88 million payable to Jersey City. That's the city share. And so overall, this means this project over that 30-year time frame would yield a net increase of about $85 million. You can go to the next slide. You heard tonight that there's also on this same agenda a ordinance that would provide for Jersey City to provide revenue sharing from this pilot and other pilots to the Board of Education. The math is straightforward. The proposal is for a 10% share. So over the 30-year term, that would mean $8.8 million to the Board of Education that they are not currently receiving. You can go to the next slide. Again, this is just a graphic illustration of the relationship between what the current city share is of revenues generated by the site and what the city share would be, assuming the approval of the pilot. It's broken down into the phases. Again, it's the same $88 million over 30 years compared to, a very small number, $2.5 million currently. So our findings as the independent advisor is that you have an offer to invest about $318 million into your city. That investment would generate a very large number of jobs. Those jobs would be union jobs, or at least union scale, because of the prevailing wage requirement. We also, we noted that we do think the project is expensive, but we believe that those costs are reasonable because of the 4 factors I identified. And compared to the proposal made by the developer, while we think the cost might be able to be ameliorated slightly, we also think the developer was overly enthusiastic about his expectation of how much state aid he's going to get. So we think that if we were to be preparing this ourselves from scratch, we'd end up in the same place through slightly different math, but we'd end up in about the same place as was proposed by the developer. As I said before, we believe that the tax exemption is necessary for this project to go forward in the form in which it's proposed. We were not asked to examine it, but I will tell you that in the event that the tax exemption is not provided, the developer's only choice, and again, I have not talked with the developer about this, but based on my experience, it is likely that the developer would revisit the project and would reconsider the project, but would remove all of the public benefits that are currently included and would perhaps come back to the city offering to build something similar, but without the park, without the Morris Canal extension, without the affordable housing component, and without the sharing of the revenues. So, but again, based on the assumptions that if the city wants those things, the affordable housing and so on, that it's not going to happen in full taxes. We think it can happen and is economically feasible with the pilot. And finally, we don't think that the returns that the developer will receive from the pilot constitutes anything more than what are reasonable and fair returns in the market in which they're competing.
Last slide.
And so in conclusion, it's basically, I'm repeating my opinion that I already said. It is our opinion that the approval of the tax exemption would not result in excessive profits to the redeveloper, but rather is necessary as a necessary part of the financing structure to facilitate the construction of the 500+ units, including the over 100 affordable units, along with the other amenities like the retail space, the structured parking, the public parking, and the public park, and the streets, the water and the sewer improvements. We don't think that happens without tax abatement. We do think it will happen with tax abatement, and that's reasonable. I'm happy to answer any questions or to drill down further into anything that we talked about at the surface level.
Thank you. Questions?
Yes, hi, good afternoon.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, Rolando.
Councilman Griffin, go ahead.
Thank you, Councilman. A couple of questions. One, what would the annual conventional taxes be without a tax abatement?
Give me 1 second. I will pull it out. Okay, otherwise applicable taxes of the combined projects would be approximately $3.8 million a year.
Okay.
What share would be going to Jersey City in that scenario?
Jersey City's share would be about $1.4 million out of 3.8.
Thank you.
And my second question was, what was my second?
You say it was 3.8 million?
The affordable housing component. I'm new to the whole pilot thing, right? But I am familiar with redevelopment plan. So the redevelopment plan calls for 9%. Pilot calls for 20.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if I'm doing magic math, but that's 29% affordable housing to me. So
No.
Proceeding.
Yeah, the
9%,
20% supersedes the 9%.
Thank you.
Councilman LeVar.
So let me just start with some simple. Thank you for the presentations to the Deputy Mayor and Mr. Banker. You are retained by the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency, just for the record?
JCRA is my client, yes.
And how long have you been
This is the first project I was asked to do for them.
Okay. So will we be receiving the underlying pro forma information, or is it already in here?
We have submitted a full report. You saw the presentation, the documents are available. I'll defer to the Deputy Mayor as far as, I don't know the practices about distribution of documents internally, so I'll defer to the Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Councilman, you have the developer's pro forma in the pilot application, which was circulated to all council members today. And then we're also happy to provide the long form version, which is mostly a bunch of Excel tables that the Baker Group prepared.
So this project, it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, has had site plan approval in January. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. The JCRA designated the developer. When was that designation?
I want to say it was at least 4 or 5 years ago, Councilman, but I would have to check. I don't know that off the top. Jen, do you know that?
I think the ordinance says 2018 initially, and then there was a redevelopment agreement.
Hi, Jennifer Creditio, McManaman, Scotland and Bauman. We're pleased to represent both the redevelopment agency and the city. The redevelopment agreement for this project includes other parcels beyond just this project. The original agreement was authorized in 2018. There have been several amendments, including the most recent one in 2025, and one more to specify some additional details with respect to the park that will be contemplated by the redevelopment agency next week.
The redevelopment agreement is with who?
There are 4 parties that are collectively designated the redeveloper. In part, that is because, as you know, having served as the chairman of the JCRA for some time, in order to have a pilot, you need to be an urban renewal entity, which obviously both of these entities are. And then because it is a multi-phase broader project, there are 4 related entities that are all part of that agreement.
4 parties are part of that redevelopment, right?
Correct.
In this project itself, all 4 parties are involved in this tax abatement?
It's really going to be undertaken by the 2 UREs that are identified here. But as I said, it's, the RDA is a little larger than just this site.
Okay. That was part of my document request. I don't know if I got to the JCRA, but for copies of the amended redevelopment agreements, I'm assuming it's been amended since it was originally authorized probably in 2018, according to the ordinance, I believe.
We're happy to provide all of those, yes.
Thank you. So I would assume that the redeveloper has a redeveloper agreement. It's been suggested that this project was not feasible without a tax abatement. And yet we've authorized the redeveloper agreement, which on its face seems to suggest that that there was some analysis done to suggest that they're capable and they have the resources capacity to be able to do this project. And then additionally, they received site plan approval, right? So how did they, I don't know how this necessarily works, but what was the original plan that was proposed? And was that plan originally, it's not the plan that's before us today, I'm assuming, that January 2026 site plan approval. It's a different project with probably the 9%, no?
No, Councilman. The site plan approval that was received in January 2026 was for this project.
Excuse me?
Was for this project.
It's for this project. This
Correct.
one is designed before us.
So typically, Councilman, I believe Jen could probably comment on this further. We would always want the pilot to be the very last step in this process because we don't want to commit the city to an agreement like this and to a subsidy like this until we are absolutely sure that the project is ready to go and has received the other entitlements they need.
So that site plan approval in 2026 is the site plan approval for the current project proposed today. Anyone else have questions? Because I have a bunch, but I don't want to tie things up.
Brooks.
Thank you for the presentation, everyone. So is the current redeveloper or landowner, are they paying conventional taxes until they get a CO?
Yes, the property is taxable depending on, whose name it's in, but in whoever's name it's in would be paying taxes currently.
Got it. So
The numbers that I used in the presentation are from your tax assessor's records.
Got it. So I guess just for the public, all 12 of you that are watching before the Knicks game, but many more will watch on YouTube, I'm sure, later. So in this year where we are in a major deficit, the pilot would not go into effect in 2026 because this project would not get a CO earliest 2027. Is that correct?
More likely 2028.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is, are the affordable units income restricted with annual income recertification, or are they lucky for life rent?
No, New Jersey's affordable program requires annual reconsideration, and they are income specific. In the documents that were requested and that you'll be receiving, you'll see the distribution includes units for which the maximum income is 30% of the AMI, and the others are for 50%. Normal COA also usually includes units as high as 80%. In this case, the deal negotiated by the city is actually for the lowest level of affordability. Meaning for the most needy families as opposed to the ones that the state law permits. So this is actually a more aggressive use of affordability than even the requirements of state law.
Thank you.
If you can, well, first of all, I mean, I like this project. I think it brings develop to an area that has been neglected for a long time. I love the fact that it's 20% affordable. But you spoke to 30 and 50% AMI. I know everyone's not savvy as it relates to that terminology. So can you talk real numbers as it relates to actual rents that will be paid on these affordable units?
Before he answers that, we're not going to use the projector anymore, right? Because I'd rather shut it off.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Put the game on, Sean.
If I can do it, I would. Go Knicks. Just saying, every time I watch them, they won, so.
But we gonna definitely hold you to 9:30.
Okay, I have the numbers. Using the 2026 affordable chart, which is not something that's set locally, it's.
Keep going.
It's just a projector. Go.
Oh, okay, I thought the aliens were coming.
The Knicks are coming.
For a studio apartment at 30% of AMI, the monthly rent is $774 a month. Okay, for a one-bedroom apartment, the 30% rent would be $829 a month. For a two-bedroom apartment, the 30% rent would be $995 a month. Okay, for a three-bedroom apartment, the 30% rent would be $1,149. Now I'm sure the aliens are coming.
Don't be nervous, it's okay.
It's not over your head, Sean.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Good line. So Councilman, is that responsive to your question or you want me to keep going with?
No, that's great. And I just want to reflect that the school will also be receiving a portion of the pilot. At one point, the pilots were just coming straight to the city and the school wasn't getting anything. And then if you look at from a tax standpoint now, the land is vacant. So how much annual tax is the city receiving, like as we speak?
Right now, you're getting your share of this entire site, which is about 4 acres. You're getting $63,000 a year.
That's what we're getting now.
Right.
So I would like to just address that because it's not an apples to apples comparison, right? So saying that a vacant land that generates certain revenue that I could build a 2-family house on it at this point and it's going to generate more revenue than it's currently generating, right? So regardless of whether it's a 5-story building or a 7-story building, or whatever the case might be, the more appropriate question to look at is what are we getting in return for this abatement? So, and you've outlined all the different things, and the questions that I have around this is, are we getting fair rate of return for the city of Jersey City? And you're suggesting that we are, but I'd like to dig into that, but I'll allow others people to do that. But I also know that kind of argument that like it's generating nothing today, and so we're going to get a development. People have made that argument repeatedly for every tax abatement that's come before the city of Jersey City, and it's always true. It's never not true, right? That like you take a vacant property and you develop it, it's going to be more valuable at the end of the day. So, sorry.
Well, I just would offer and to repeat a couple of things that I said, but to your question. Number one, it's not just more money than Jersey City is getting today. The municipal share from the pilot is more money than the municipal share of full taxes would be each and every year for the entire term. It's the municipal share specifically. Right. You're also getting, as was pointed out in the presentations, plural, you're getting a new park, You're getting a new addition to the Morris Park, system, the walkway. You're getting basically some municipal streets and municipal infrastructure that the city if you were just going to, build a neighborhood, the city would normally pave the streets and build the water mains and build the sewer lines. That's being done. So the city's benefits go beyond just what are you getting now versus what you're getting in the future. You're also getting community benefits and you're getting affordable housing.
Yes,
So it's a pretty big package of things that you're getting, again, that you would not get, to the argument, if you built 2-family houses. You'd get none of those other things. You'd get a bunch of 2-family houses. You wouldn't get as much tax revenue. You'd probably get more school kids. I wasn't asked to do that examination, but I've done it in other towns and in other projects. So I know how that plays out. What you're getting here, again, this is what I've been doing my whole life, my whole adult life, is you've got a proposal for a project that is going in an area that has been noted has not had development on a site that has been fallow for 60 years, right? And you're getting something that's going to be hopefully a catalyst to more development in the area, more positive things. But even if it's standing on its own merits, it's a pretty good deal, in my opinion.
Yes, I mean, like I said, I like I've seen pilots where they've only given 10%, 20%. It's 100 and something families that will potentially have been forced out of housing in Jersey City, namely Ward F. I know for me, the pilot checks so many boxes for me. I'm done.
I'm going to jump in real quick, and then I'm going to ask if there are council people who haven't asked a question yet, that we let them ask a question. And then we still have a lot of agenda to get through. But in regards to the community givebacks, we are giving back a park. How did we land on the park, being that we have Berry Lane Park right next door?
I'll defer to the deputy mayor. That wasn't part of my assignment.
Council President, I think Jen could also comment a little bit on this. The park was originally contemplated as part of the redevelopment plan, as part of the overall extension into the site to build a neighborhood here and then to extend Morris Canal Greenway. Now, what the situation was when the administration walked in was that there was no definitive timeline and no source of funding for the construction of those park improvements. So that's when we made the strategic decision to prioritize pushing that forward and creating an actual timeline for doing that as part of this negotiation.
Just one other thing, Council President. Also, obviously, we want green space when we're talking about dense development, but more than just green space, we want green space that interacts with the entire community. We don't want private green space that is, closed to members of the community. And so this park both adds on to the green space that is overall available to residents in that area, but allows for better connectivity of the project itself with the surrounding residents.
If I may, Council President, because for me, the question wasn't answered, which is why did we decide in the park? Was that already, and I'll say this, that you said the community, was it already written into the redevelopment plan? And then if that was the case, then how did that come about around that? And then I'll just share, because I don't know if others folks have, had a meeting with Jersey City together, and they feel like Berry Lane Park is down the block. So like, why are we contemplating another park? Is with the questions that they raised with me, which I'll raise here today.
So one other thing that I'll add that I forgot to mention, Berry Lane Park, as you all know, is very oriented towards active recreation. This is more of a passive recreation type park. I think they serve two different purposes. And as Jen said, in the context of this overall site and with the light rail station right there, I think it will be very important to have those kinds of spaces within this tract as well. I don't know if you have any more background on how the park.
Did we consult with the community? Was that driving this choice to decide to put a park in that location? I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know the answer to that. I wasn't.
I mean, I know initially at one point there were conversations about doing, I guess, like the white box thingy for a rec center. There have been since I've been in office, this has been in probably at least 2 or 3 meetings with respect to this site. I mean, that question honestly have come up that we have the park there. I also think that, and I don't want to be speaking for the developer, I also think he said something about being because at one point we were saying, well, why don't you just put more housing? I guess the configuration or house, something about the space, something with the spacing, that it wouldn't be big enough or something.
Just because of how buildings are laid out and windows, there's only so big you can make building on a particular footprint.
Councilman Zupa.
Yeah, yes, question. If I'm a homeowner, and I hear pilot, I'm going to assume I'm getting screwed. And that's not correct, as we know. But what outreach is for the deputy mayor, sir? So, what outreach is the administration doing for public education, so that our residents know that this is good for Jersey City, and that because of the commitment to give 10% to the schools, it's also good for the schools, and that our residents are not the ones being screwed, but perhaps, maybe Hudson County would be upset, but the schools will be taken care of and our residents will be taken care of.
That's a great question, Councilman. I think it's important not only for this project, but for all of the projects we're hopefully doing together going forward. With this one specifically, we'll be doing at least 3 community meetings next week before the ordinance would come on for a second reading, if that were the case. So that will be, part of our extensive outreach. The mayor will be there. I will be there for that engagement with the community. And I believe we'll also be doing a survey. And we're open to any other forms of community engagement you would like in your ward or more broadly across the city.
I'd appreciate a 1 page or 2 or a flyer we can put out for social media purposes and to our emails.
Very happy to provide that.
Councilman Nefros.
You go.
Oh.
Okay, so just one question, and I'm sorry if I missed it. For retail space, is that also going to be affordable?
The retail space is not currently subsidized in any way. It's 20,000 feet of retail, but obviously at this point it hasn't been pre-leased, so we can't speak to exactly what the market will determine what the rents are that can be achieved there.
Would you subsidize that or?
Okay, so that's a tough question. Retail. Again, without getting too deep into it, retail follows residential, not the other way around. You need footfalls before anybody is willing to open a store. So creating density in a neighborhood is a good thing for retail. Being next to a transit stop is good for retail. Having a base of regulars, if you will, 500 units of regulars is good for retail, but you still have to create the atmosphere. It's too early in this neighborhood to determine exactly what they're going to do, and the market will determine it. The developer will clearly want the space to be full, and will be, if the market isn't that strong, they will ask for lower rents in order to fill the space.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask another one or somebody else?
There we go.
We still have council people that haven't asked anything yet.
Thank you for this presentation, and Deputy Mayor Podar, I just want to say that, I support the use of pilots very judiciously for strong projects that would not be able to be constructed otherwise. I think this project hits a lot of strong high points like affordable housing, 20%, green space, retail space, and I do want to thank your efforts in negotiating and driving a hard bargain and getting us to a good project. But that being said, I do have a few questions on sort of the specifics. So my understanding, this is phase 1A and 1B, and there's other phases in this redevelopment plan. If we could be provided with sort of like a map showing the different parcels, the different phases, and who owns them and what their environmental remediation status is, just so we can kind of better visualize the surroundings, that would be really helpful.
Yes, Councilwoman, there's actually a progress report from the site administrator that was submitted to the planning board as part of the application for final site plan approval for this project back in January that has both a map and the status of each tract as you're describing. So we can provide that to you after the meeting.
The surrounding one as well?
Every parcel within Canal Crossing.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've also heard some concerns from the community. I understand NJDEP certified this as, ready for development, but, this is a community that has faced years of environmental injustices. And I think that, I've had people from Jersey City Together reach out to me, and I think there's an understandable fear because this community has had people die from cancer because of the chromium here. And so I wanted to ask if there was any plans for an independent environmental assessment or whether there could be ongoing monitoring of the site, because I would hate to create affordable housing for our most underserved populations only to have them be suffering from contamination.
I fully agree with you, Councilwoman. There are currently two forms of independent monitoring happening right now, to my knowledge. The first is that PPG submits these very voluminous technical reports, and I believe Isaac might have already provided or can provide some of those to you. They go into extensive detail. I think you would understand it much better than I would as an engineer. But those are submitted directly to DEP at this time, and DEP reviews them as part of the ongoing compliance requirement. Secondly, pursuant to the consent order, there is a site administrator. His name's Ron Riccio. I forget the last name exactly, but he submits regular progress reports as well. Those are all available. All the documents I just mentioned are available publicly on a website called chromecleanup.com that is maintained by the site administrator. So rest assured for now, those independent monitoring obligations continue, and we're happy to specifically provide the latest documentation from both the DEP and from the site administrator.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. My last question about this specific project, and I know we spoke briefly about this when we had our meeting a few weeks ago, but just wanted to get it on the record. This area is somewhat of a food desert, and I understand there's 20,000 square feet of retail space, but currently the plan is to divide that into smaller sections and not have one area set aside, say 10,000 square feet or greater, that could potentially attract a grocery store. And I believe at that point in time, you mentioned that the administration was looking into other locations nearby that could potentially hold a grocery store. And I was wondering if you could speak more to that. Is a grocery store at this site totally off the table, or is that still potentially on the table? And if you could provide more information about bringing a grocery store to this area.
So, Councilwoman, first of all, I appreciate the collaboration I've had with Councilman Gilmore and Council President Ridley. I've been in discussion with both of them about potential sites for grocery stores in this community. So we're eager to continue those discussions. As we had discussed a couple of council meetings ago, one potential site for a larger scale grocery store like an Aldi or something like that would be the 417 Municipal site, but there are also other potential locations in that area. With regard to this site specifically, I believe it's about 11 to 12,000 square feet of retail is concentrated into the 1B building. In theory, you could have a grocery store in that spot, so that's not off the table. As Tom said, we would have to see what happens when the time comes for actual lease up. But it wouldn't necessarily be at the scale you want. I think one of the things I've observed about that particular neighborhood is there's a lot of smaller places to shop, right? Smaller corner stores, smaller retail areas, but there isn't something at scale. So I think we're really hoping we can find something at scale to serve that community.
Okay, thank you so much. I have questions on 3.8, but are we talking about that separately, or is now the time to ask about 3.8?
That's a school funding ordinance?
Yeah.
We could talk about it now, yeah.
Now?
Can we stay on this subject? I'm sorry.
Let's
We can come
let's
back.
hold, and because I know some people still have questions on the pilot, and then we'll address school funding.
Great.
So thank you all. Yeah, appreciate the presentation. So I mean, with pilots, counties and schools have to and the school districts have to raise taxes to kind of meet the needs of the added population over time, without the money being, without actually getting money from the development itself. And so I guess my question is, and that's what we've seen, is that despite Jersey City having an injection of money in these kind of like big shots over all of the pilots of our past decades, the schools have had to hike up taxes so significantly. So I guess my question is, like, what would the county miss out on? What would the schools miss out on? What is it that they would need to raise taxes by on Jersey City homeowners to make up that difference in the kind of the services that they need to provide for another 508 units coming online to this part of the city? And if we could get that estimate, then that would be helpful in wrapping our heads around, just all of the factors in this equation here. Do we have an estimate like that presently?
So as part of an analysis such as the one that we did for this project, we do provide a projection of the impact on public school populations. In the documents that will be provided, because this was part of the report we submitted, the harsh reality is that most new construction does not generate nearly as many school kids as people think it does, except the affordable component tends to overproduce in terms of school population. This is supported by a report that was done by Rutgers University, which is called Who Lives in America's Housing? It was published in April of 2025. David Listikin is the professor. He's someone I've worked with. I know him personally. It's actually the third such study that he did. His first, I believe, was 2006. The second, I think, was 2015 or 16. And now his latest is 2025. And it's widely considered the most comprehensive study of its type, not just in New Jersey, but in the entire United States. Using that document as a basis, Building 1A of the two that we're talking about would be projected in its non-affordable component. The market rate component will generate a projected 6.9 school children. That's in the 172 units that are not affordable. In the 43 units that are affordable, it's projected they would produce 21.8 school children. So the entirety of the Phase 1A project would produce 28.7 school children, roughly 3/4 of which would be from the affordable units. In the Phase 2,
What time span is that?
that's at stability, at stasis. When you fill up all the units, so you have 200, in that example, 215, full apartments, there would be, as I said, roughly 28, round numbers, 28 school kids, 1/4 from the market rate, 3/4 from the affordable. Okay.
Yeah.
Similarly, in building 1B, there would be, and this is the larger of the two buildings, the 234 units of market rate would produce 8 school children. The 59 units of affordable would produce 30 school children. So again, the ratio is roughly 3-to-1. So between the two phases, you have 66, school children, of which roughly 1/4, if I'm counting correct, 15 would be from the market rate component, and the other 51 would be from the affordable component. And that's, again, those are not my numbers. Those are the numbers from David Listikin, and as I said, it's his study published just last year, Who Lives in America. Again, that is the dispositive study of actual school children generation from new construction of multifamily buildings.
Okay, that's helpful. Is there any kind of estimate or way to get an estimate of the county side of things?
Well, again, I used to be the deputy county administrator in 6 counties, so I spent part of my career worrying about county service delivery and the components that go into it. The reality is that counties operate as essentially a residual. They don't have like a funding source that's identified for each county service. The way it works is, again, if you want to get into the painful details, is the equalization methodology takes every municipality in the county, adjusts the value of their property so that each town pays its fair share based on that. It's not really linear like schools. It's a completely different concept. Counties, again, don't have the same caps that school districts have. They don't have the same caps that municipalities have. And no county has really demonstrated that, these kinds of changes in tax abatement negatively affect their ability to deliver services.
Okay, I
Well,
know Councilman Griffin and Councilman Navarro have something that they want to get on record, and then we need to move on.
Just in light of the last question, I just hope that that no additional school children will come in because these affordable homes will be going to Jersey City residents. But I was speaking to an environmental organization in that area, Greco, which is Garfield, Randolph, Arlington, Carteret, Orient. Do I have that right, Frank? Garfield, Randolph, Arlington, Carteret, Orient, Greco. Okay. And their concern with the development is that hexavalent chromium-6 will go airborne. And the one thing that they're requesting, and I'm requesting too, and I actually had a conversation about this earlier on, even before we were elected to office, that air monitors be provided during and after construction, to make sure that.
Yes, Councilman. So there has been air monitoring in the area during the period of the remediation. We're happy to raise with the developer whether or not there's some form of air monitoring program that might be suitable. We can also discuss that with the site administrator to see what is currently happening and what additional efforts could take place. So happy to have a further discussion about that.
Thank you.
Councilman LeVar.
So just as a statement on the contamination, I'd ask the administration to look at, if maybe you have already, the Bayfront development and what procedures are in place for monitoring potential contamination. It was suggested to me again by Jersey City Together that there might be more proactive kind of monitoring rather than just kind of relying on DEP and PPG, who I would have on the latter have no faith on them providing us appropriate monitoring on that site and so forth around that. So that being said, I'd like to just focus on your slide that says proposed financial agreement and the numbers for the revenue that would be collected from the pilot. So just so I can understand what the numbers are, were you suggesting that this tax exemption, for example, in year 25, is 11% of annual gross revenue or 80% of other
Otherwise
applicable
not
taxes,
tax
whichever is
exempt.
larger?
Yes.
Okay. And so it would be great to see the numbers broken down that way, if you have estimates around that.
That is provided in the larger presentation. You will get that when you get the other documents. It's already there.
Okay, very good. And then my other question as it pertains to the calculation of the payments, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's been a while since I've done this, but it was my understanding that there was like another method by which to calculate potential tax abatement revenue, which is by total project cost.
Okay, yes. Under the statute, without drilling too deeply, there's basically two methods that are available. One method, which is the one included in this, proposal, is a percentage of what is called annual gross revenue. And that term is defined in the statute. It's basically all of the rents, all the parking fees, everything that people pay is the total of that's the annual gross revenue. In this example, the developer would pay 10%, then 11, and then 12% of that number. The alternative is a percentage of total project cost. The total project cost is also a defined term, and it generally is most of the things you would think of that went into building the project. There are some things excluded, but it's close enough that you can say how much was spent. In this case, $300+ million. Okay. The municipality can agree to have a fee of not less than 2% of that number. It has rarely been used in the last 30 years because what it does is it works against the economics of development. When you build a new development, the hardest years are the early years. That's when you're trying to stabilize the project. You've got the highest cost, greatest overheads, the greatest vacancies. With a percentage of total project cost, you pay the most money in the early years and effectively less money as time goes on because the time value of money goes down. So if you were paying a flat 2% every year for 30 years, by the end of the 30 years, it's worth about half what it was in the first year. Well, that's the opposite of what you want if you're trying to make something work, because those first 3, 4, 5 years when you're struggling, you're paying the highest amount. And later, when you're doing better, you're paying the lower amount. So
The developer.
the developer, yeah. So
For the city, it's a fixed amount.
yeah, for the city, it's a fixed amount, which sounds good at the beginning, but it gets worse at the end. And it doesn't help make the project feasible. It actually works against the feasibility of the project. So in the years that I've been doing tax abatement, and I go back to the 1970s, because in Newark, I was in Newark in the 70s in the Gibson administration, and we were.
Yes, you told us.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving perspective in terms of why I would know Newark as an example. But we did tax abatement, but we did very few even in those days. And since then, less than 2%, maybe less than 5 at the most percent of the abatements
Did we
are
run
done
the
on
numbers?
total project cost.
Question.
I'm sorry?
Did we explore that and run the numbers as a comparative?
Yeah, and the project doesn't work in the early years when you use it. Doesn't work. Yeah.
We just assumed it doesn't work and
No, we ran the numbers and it doesn't work.
you did run the numbers.
Yeah, sure.
Did you share the numbers with me?
I can, but it wasn't part of our report.
I know.
Yeah, I'd be happy with the permission of the client to provide that.
Okay. Well, do we need the permission of the client or because if we ran the numbers, you work for the JCRA.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's,
My point is you work for the Jersey City
JCRA,
Redevelopment
yeah,
Agency.
right.
I've made a request for information.
I
And you
get
said
it. Yeah,
you'll
so
ask the
I'll-
developer for that, but like you ran the numbers, so you can furnish that.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Right.
And then in terms of the agreement as it's currently structured, with its 10% of annual gross revenue or the percentage of other applicable taxes, in terms of the staging from 10% in years 1 to 15 and increasing it to 11% from years 16 to 25, and then the last 5 years at 12%. Did we run numbers at another percentage, annual service charge? And have we looked at those numbers to look at the IRR, the yield to cost, and all the other things that you were looking at?
Again, we do run significant numbers runs, and we have, and they are included in our report. When you run numbers and they achieve just barely the level that for feasibility, if you know that if you increase it, you will lose the feasibility. You don't have to run every alternative. You reach a limit where anything above that won't work. So that's the way we run numbers. So this is, in our opinion, the highest numbers that can be used based on all of the factors that go into this. The 10, 11, 12 is the highest numbers that still make the project feasible for the developer based on the standards that I talked about in the presentation as adequate returns to attract private investors and adequate returns to attract traditional lenders. Higher numbers would not do that.
So council members, if there are any other numbers that you need that are not in this presentation, can we do like we did for, or like we said we're going to do for Director Kaplan, put that in an email with the council on it so that we can all get those answers?
I will put it in an email and I'll ask for 11, 12, 13% and just take a look at what the real, those numbers generate and you'll have to forgive me. I have PTSD from 10 years on the city council and I've received numbers in the past that said that these projects were not viable and so forth, and then kind of looked at the numbers and realized that in fact more could be done, that the city could have made a better deal at the end of the day. So I'm a little skeptical. So address my skepticism. Indulge.
Skepticism is good. We're going to wrap this up, but we promised Councilwoman Little that we would, she has a question on 3.8.
Thank you so much. So for 3.8, this is codifying a certain percentage of the pilot money to be dedicated to a fund for school improvements. And I understand it's not exactly the same as if it were part of the regular tax base, and in which case it would go to the school's operating budget, right? But it is an attempt to sort of right the wrong, if you will, of pilots essentially. But in the past, pilots would go to the city and none of it would go to the school district. And so this is an attempt to sort of right that wrong, even though it's going into a different bucket than the operating budget. It is going to the schools. My concern is that, and I commend the administration for putting this forward. I think I'm very excited to codify this and attempt to right this wrong. My concern is that's not enough. I mean, if you are a homeowner and you are paying taxes, more than 10% of your tax bill goes to the schools. And if we are going to take this step and codify it and attempt to right this wrong, I would it be in the ballpark of 20 to 30%. And I just wanted to hear how you reached 10% and if there's any flexibility in making it higher. Thank you.
So Councilwoman, I'll let Deputy Mayor Bryan comment as well. But I would just open by saying the schools will receive the full amount of their levy, irrespective of what we do here. So the 10% to the capital fund will be on top of that from the municipal share of the revenue. I think, you know, it is difficult to say exactly what like the perfect number is, where we started from a place where the promise was made to share 10% and obviously it was never implemented and executed effectively. We think it is a fair percentage that protects, you know, the city's interests as well as provides a new funding stream for many improvements that we know that the schools desperately need. But I'll let the deputy mayor comment further.
Sure. Thank you for the question. It is definitely an attempt to right the wrong, but it is also an attempt to support capital improvements. If you have seen the schools, you know that there are serious capital and infrastructure issues. The way that the SDA works and the criteria by which you get funding for a new school building is it has a lot of barriers, and you have to actually be able to prove that you have a permanent capacity deficit. Our city cannot do that because we have schools that are both over-enrolled and under-enrolled. And so there is a need for right sizing that we have to do sort of in the Board of Ed space. So this is an attempt to sort of cut through some of those pieces to actually give the residents and the kids schools that give them an environment that is respectable, HVAC systems, roofs, you know, things that we can do without having to meet all of the sort of sophisticated criteria of the SDA.
Can I piggyback on that?
I have a
Councilman Evans has something.
man. Thank you. In the presentation you just gave on 900 Garfield, there was the structure of an oversight committee. Is that oversight committee specific to the canal crossing project? This is supposed to be the general oversight committee structure for any of the 10% from pilots going forward.
Thank you for the question. That is exactly right. The latter is correct. It is the oversight for any money that goes into that fund.
Okay, and then any of those capital projects would need to get city council approval as well.
After they were decided by that committee, they would come before you for final approval.
Right, thank you for the clarification.
Councilman LeVar, you still have a question?
I have a few requests for information. So, since it's retroactive to 2018, would like to see estimates on all of those tax abatements that will be impacted by this. And if you could share that and provide that analysis.
Yes, Councilman, I can tell you right now which projects would be impacted retroactively. They would be Bayfront, Penrose Phase, 701 Newark, 808 Pavonia, also known as the Pompidou, the Embankment, and then the Sussex Street project. All of those would be captured. I've requested the analysis on how much money will flow in from each of those pilots, so we can get that information to you.
Okay. And then I just want to, we had asked for the analysis, and I believe for conventional taxes for the city, and then the amount of the pilot revenue. And so we can compare and contrast. I'd like to see the same for the schools. To be clear, I understand that it's going to not be in favor of the schools, regardless of how that, unless we were to do a much larger percentage, which would hurt the city of Jersey City at the end of the day, right? So we're here to try to, we're doing this to incentivize the development and to be able to try to get the affordable housing. And obviously we have our own budget issues that we need to solve as well long-term. And so we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot by overpromising to the Jersey City Public Schools. But I think it's in everybody's interest because of the situation as it stands for both the Jersey Public Schools and the city of Jersey City, and frankly, the county, which has proposed a 14% tax increase, Jersey City Public Schools. I want to go back, I want to on the record and thank Mr. Vaquera, who's out there, I think, for educating me that, because I had made some remarks about the Jersey City Public Schools not increasing taxes with their proposed budget or with their approved budget. And in fact, there is a 14.4% tax increase that comes with that. And I want to put that on the record. I said some things that were wrong and erroneous in a previous council meeting. But we all have our budget issues. And so even though it might be small in one development, we should go eyes wide open to know how much we're kind of creating the gap and the delta for the Jersey City Public Schools and for the county too, because all of that impacts on both of them. So would love to get that analysis for both this as well as other developments as well.
Yes, we'll provide that.
So the New Jersey Schools Development Authority is responsible for, rehabbing and capital improvements to our schools. So with that being said, is there any opportunities out there for us to get matching funding from them as we move forward with collecting this 10%, since it is their job to make the improvements?
An interesting proposal. Hadn't thought of it. It's definitely something we can take back and think through. As I said, their sort of criteria for building is very specific, and we don't currently fit all of those in all of our neighborhoods. So I'm happy to go and think that through.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councilwoman Little, you're good, or you have something else?
I did have a follow-up question. Is that, okay. I want to let other people speak if they have.
I'll just ask one more, if I may, on this. So how did you, Councilwoman Little asked it already, but how did you come to the 10%? Like, is it just, I know the former mayor had 10%. I've shared with the administration that I recall Councilwoman Prinzari put forward a resolution, and don't know what the number was that was put on that resolution, but it was, I think, more than 10% at the time. It was not binding by any measure. It was just a resolution of the city council. So how did you kind of arrive at that 10% number?
Yes, Councilman. First of all, I remember you raised that issue. I believe Councilwoman Little had also raised that question of a separate resolution that passed. We searched high and dry, wide and far.
Yeah.
Asked the clerk, asked various other stakeholders who would know much better than we did, couldn't identify it. So just for the record, just for your awareness. In terms of how we got to the 10%, obviously we started from the place of that was what the public actually thought that we were doing already, right? The public assumed that we were doing that since the 2017 executive order was issued. We ran the numbers that you're asking for in terms of what the differences in the share is at different levels. And our conclusion was that remaining at that level was the most appropriate way to balance bringing new funds into the system for these capital projects that the deputy mayor mentioned, while also protecting the city's interests in terms of its own financial position. So we're happy to continue that discussion after we provide those numbers to you. And I would just note that in terms of the cost of instruction, the school district will continue to receive the full amount of its levy every year.
The last comment goes to Councilwoman Little.
Thank you so much. I did have a follow-up question, and thank you for your explanations. And I am not an attorney. I don't know if this is even doable, but another complaint that we receive about pilots is that the developers don't pay they pay less, right? And the small homeowners then have to, the school tax levy is coming from predominantly small homeowners and properties that do not have tax abatements, right? Because the tax abatements do not go to the school's operating budget. And as you say, they will still receive their full levy. Is there a way, so I love this idea of putting a certain percentage towards capital improvements, putting air conditioning in our schools, fixing their roofs, et cetera. It's so badly needed. Is there a way to allocate a certain other percentage to the school's operating budget to alleviate some of the burden on small homeowners and, for example, condo owners and properties that are not tax abated? I don't know if that's even legally possible, but I'm just throwing it out there.
So I think part of the objective with putting these funds aside for capital improvements was, as the deputy mayor said, to provide a stream of revenue for a need that we don't currently have other options to provide, rather than increasing the amount of operating dollars, which can be provided by state aid, by other tax revenues, et cetera. Part of the other issue is that if we provide funds in as part of the operating budget, the control over what those funds are used for will not revert to the city council, right? It would be just a number that's provided over the school district. That would be received as miscellaneous revenue, and it would not necessarily prevent the raising of taxes, because it would not be received as taxes, it would be received as miscellaneous revenue. So the most protective way in order to balance the respective needs of the two entities while giving the school district funds for something they don't currently have a lot of options to fund was to focus on capital rather than operating dollars.
Thank you. Yeah, my question was not about reducing that 10% for the capital. I like having that 10% for the capital, but if we were to do an additional 10% for operating, is that something that's feasible? Or
it's problematic because there would be no city council participation in the expenditure of those funds, and it may actually increase, may not actually have a tax reduction effect on the school district budget because of budgetary mechanisms, how those dollars are received.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Joan, Senior Affairs.
Thank you. Good evening, Council President, Council. I also have Paul Kate with me from my department. I'm on Resolution 26-346, Agenda Item 10.32. A resolution authorizing the cancellation of grant receivable balances and/or grant reserve appropriation balance. On this list of 6, I have 2. One is $3,690. That was in 2023 when the money was supposed to be moved into the salaries account, and somehow or other that didn't happen. So we lost that. And the other one was $74.40. We had $4,000 in 2024 to buy supplies, and we just came a little short, but I'll watch that the next time.
Questions?
The last part again, Joan?
The second one for $74, what happens is we get $4,313 to buy supplies, and we tried to come close without going over, but we went down a little lower. So this year, now that we noticed that happen, we'll be
Okay.
more
And this is
watchful.
that's from the grant last year,
In 2024.
2024,
The first one was from 2023.
23 and 24? Okay.
Okay, has the others.
Good evening, Council President, council members. This is on the same resolution, which is 26-346. And for the record, Paul Kate, Director of Disease Prevention and Injury Prevention. So I have 4 of the grants that we are addressing this evening. The first is our STI grant or STD grant. There is a balance of 66 cents. Right, seems a little bit ridiculous, but that's okay. The issue there is when we report this grant, you could only report in whole dollars. So there's either up or down. So it's just a balance issue there. The second is our EHE or NNE HIV epidemic grant. There are 2 that you'll see in front of you. One is a continuation. They gave us an additional 3 months. The issue there was we were to hire a nurse practitioner. The problem we had there was the money that we were allotted to hire the nurse practitioner with was well under the market rate that nurse practitioners are paid. So we had a hard time bringing somebody on board. We ultimately were able to bring somebody on, but it was not within the full range or time of the grant. So we left some money on the table. So the way that grant works, we'll call it Schedule A, which is salary and wage, Schedule B, operating expenses. We couldn't move money across the board. So it stayed within salary and wage, and that money was left on the table. So that's where you'll see the 43,000 and change and the $1,247. The other is the strengthening grant for 2024, 2025. $10,000, $10,620. That was for hepatitis B testing. Nationwide, there was a sourcing issue with finding a hepatitis B antigen testing agent. We do our testing through the NJ FEL or Public Health Environmental Labs. The FEL labs and even LabCorp, Quest Diagnostics had a problem sourcing the hepatitis antigen, so we weren't able to test at the level that we wanted to. So that money, we couldn't reallocate it to another line item, so we had to that money had to be left on the table as well.
Well, as it relates to the item that you spoke about for the 43,000, you said it was something about salaries and wages?
Yeah, so that was for a nurse practitioner. It took us a while to find a nurse practitioner and bring somebody on board at the rate that the grant allowed us to pay, because they can make more money in other places for the rate that we were able to pay through the grant.
Okay. So quick question. I know these grants have different type of stipulations. Do the grant permits, like, let's say, I guess subsidizing a salary? Because a lot of times these jobs, people are not like that enthusiastic about taking them because the salary is so low. So I was wondering, and I guess it's probably more of a question for the VA or legal, if it can be a combination of 30-something thousand from the grant paired with, I guess, money coming out of that department's budget to increase the value of the salary for said position.
Valid question. Yes, we've tried to make that argument. I think the problem, I don't want to say problem, the challenge, we'll say, it's kind of word salad at this point, there is the candidate who might be accepting that position probably does realize that if it's grant funded, there's a timeline. If that grant money runs out, they realize that their position's in jeopardy. So if they're 100% or X% grant funded, when the grant is done, they realize that their job could be eliminated. So there's a challenge with that.
Okay, but we can do the combination of distribution for a salary from
Yeah,
grant.
absolutely. We can offset.
But then but like you said, you
could
still
say-
run into that same issue.
Make up a number, $120,000 from the grant and throw in $30,000 city funded to make it a competitive position to get the right candidate in the door. Sure. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Hi, Paul. Quick question. Of these grants, what was the time period for them?
So the STD grant in question here is 2022, 2023. The EHE grant is 2023, 2024, and the strengthening grant is 2024, 2025.
Is this just part of your normal cleanup, or was anything prompt this to?
Yeah, this is in conjunction with Ms. Webb's team to just reconcile balances that were open on the books to get everything closed up.
Yeah, good job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
Sonia Dublin, DPW.
Good evening. I'm here to present 3.16, ordinance 26048, the ordinance authorizing the city of Jersey City to renew the lease agreement for Brunswick Community Garden.
At 3.16.
3.16.
Ordinance
Any questions?
26048.
Brunswick Community Garden. This is an ordinance. The last ordinance in the pack.
26-048.
What do we, is this like one of those dollar a year leases or?
Adopt a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a community adopt a lot on Brunswick.
Oh, okay.
That's all I wanted.
They do a good job. They maintain it really well.
Yeah, they just celebrated their 25th anniversary last year, their community institution.
Thank you, Director.
And Director Dublin, I want to thank you for taking care of our compost bins.
Oh, no problem. So work in progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura, tax assessors.
Good evening, Council President and Council members. I'm Laura Takuri from the Jersey City Tax Assessors. I'm here for Resolution 26-328, item 10.14. A resolution authorizing the payment of the claims submitted by Adams, Riemann, and Higgin Associates, aka Civil Solutions, to perform the digital tax map maintenance. This resolution authorized the payment of $8,063 to Civil Solutions for the digital tax map maintenance services provided to the tax assessor office from January 1st, 2026 through March 31st, 2026. Although the contract expired on December 31st, 2025, Civil Solutions continue to provide digital tax map maintenance services to keep the city tax maps current and accurate.
Questions?
Just a question. Could this have come to our attention as City Council earlier this year because we were using the services since January?
We're actually working on the contract to hire the company RFP. I'm going to present the resolution to award the contract in the next meeting.
Okay, to move from this company to another
And
company.
we did a bid. So we have a bunch of companies that apply for it. So for all of them that apply, we went through the process of selecting, and that's how we ended up getting that's actually the same company was picked for continue with the services.
So we authorize authorize these services past the contract expiration date?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Sorry, the tax office authorized these services beyond the expiration date.
Yes, because we needed to update the tax maps, and also when they needed 204 radios, we need GIS technology. So yes, we had to use the tax map system.
Yes, this question is is for the BA. So when department heads know that a contract is about to run out, you said you're looking to put something in place where they contact you or give you a heads up so it hits the agenda, correct? Because I mean, that's 6 months.
We talked about this in the earlier item. We are doing a data audit of all the contracts that are being managed by department directors. So we know which ones have expired, which one will be expiring, so we can get ahead of the paperwork.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Paul, HHS.
Good evening, Council President, council members, and let me stand second to none in my admiration for the New York Knicks. Respectful of all our time, I'm here on items 10.29 through 10.36.
I'm going to recuse myself from 10.29 to 10.31. So I'm going to leave the room. If someone can text me when I can come back, that'd be great. Thank you.
We'll text you.
It will be very quick, council person. So grouping together exactly those three items, this is simply modifying the terms of the contracts for two sub-grantees and one vendor of our EPA air quality monitoring grant. The grant was actually awarded for 4 months less than the original projected time. So this is simply cleaning up the contractual arrangements and ending the grant as scheduled by the grantor.
That's 29, 31,
and,
right?
Yes, 29, 30, and 31.
Any questions on those three?
Thank you.
Okay, next one.
It's not the problem here. Time is not the problem. You can.
Oh, well. 10.33, permission to apply for and accept the Public Health Infrastructure Grant from the State Department of Health. This is a grant which we are guaranteed to receive as long as we submit a valid application. It's slightly more than $100,000. We have a great need identified for it already, and we intend to submit an application next week when it's due.
Questions? Okay.
10.34 and 0.35. These are companion grants. Over the past several years, we've received substantial support from CDC COVID money through similar grants, parent grants of these. And these are small grants which are just using the last of those funds through our New Jersey Association of County and City Health officials. We don't actually know the dollar amounts yet because their funding is incomplete. The thing we know we will be able to use it for is to recoup some overtime costs for inspections work in this busy festival season as well as the World Cup events.
Any questions?
For 10:35, can I ask you?
Councilwoman, come a little closer to the mic.
For 10:35, I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go.
10:35, can I ask you, do you have any idea what should we expect based on previous years?
Oh, so in previous years, the funding was substantial. In the first year, it was over $2 million. We used it to really offload a lot of costs from the city budget. The second year was somewhat reduced, but again, the same purpose. This is the last little tranche of funds which were unspent, and the grantor wants to push them out into the local health departments. So no, we expect this to be a tiny dollar amount, and the grantor doesn't know how much because they're still reconciling spending from the prior rounds of grants. Thank you for your question. And then I think lastly, 10.36, this is something that we are requesting to be pulled. It's a grant which we thought we would be non-competitive on because it has a regional focus. And we thought the city would be much better served by partnering with Hudson Regional Health Commission, who is, if they are successful in their application, there are only 5 for the entire winners for the entire state. A substantial amount of the work they do will benefit Jersey City. So with respect, we would like to pull that from the agenda.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening.
Shirley Mercado.
Good evening, Council President, Council. I have 3 items up for consideration. The first is Agenda 10.2, 26-316, which is the adoption of the cash management plan, which the state law requires that we adopt a cash management plan. And it just tells you where we're depositing our funds and basically where we're putting our money and earn our best interest.
Questions?
Yes, Council President. Thank you. I have a question about the banks listed in the cash management plan. Are these all institutions that we are already banking with, or are these all new institutions that we would be entering into?
None of them are new.
None of them are new.
This is currently where we bank.
Okay, so Citizens Bank is on the list. So we currently have funds with Citizens Bank.
Yes.
This is a bank that does a lot of investment with Geo Group, which is a private prison company responsible for owning Delaney Hall in our neighboring city of Newark, where Jersey City families and neighbors are being detained right now in just abominable conditions. Is there any way we can exit our banking agreement with Citizens Bank?
We can discuss that with the CFO. I mean, absolutely, we can discuss that in the future. We have had them as a banking partner for a while,
Sure.
but anything is up for negotiation.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be meaningful, especially with our commitment as a city to be a sanctuary city. And you know, the resolution we passed to abolish ICE, I think it's incredibly important we explore that. I couldn't in good conscience support continuing a banking with Citizens Bank. Thank you.
I would like to second the councilman's comments, and I am also wondering if this is time sensitive that we pass this, or whether it would be possible for the administration to withdraw, investigate divesting from Citizens Bank, and then bring it back at the next council meeting.
I mean, the cash management plan is basically where we have our funds currently. So passing it is basically just saying where we have our funds right now. We actually just interfund and we move money around based on who's offering the best rates at the moment. So passing it doesn't stop us from changing the bank. And if you wanted to go with another bank, we would just have to amend it, or if you wanted to add something to it.
I guess what I'm asking is, are we required to pass this at this meeting? And will there be penalties if we do not? Or if we would prefer to not even pass this until we are able to withdraw funds from Citizens Bank and you know, enter into agreements with other banks, would that be a possibility?
Shirley, Bill is behind you.
Evening, Council. I thought maybe I'd take a shot at answering that question. So it is not time sensitive. We could adopt this at a later point. The only thing I would add to that, because the cash management plan addresses or would list any financial institution we did business with in 2026, Citizens would still be on there. So if you passed it at this council meeting, we could still consider and withdraw our business from Citizens, even though they're listed on that cash management plan. It would not prevent us from moving ahead and doing what you suggest. We just need to discuss that.
Thank you.
Council President, I have a question. So would, I guess this is a question for BA and or Corp Council, would it be possible to walk on a resolution about divesting from Citizens Bank at this meeting?
Chief, no. Yeah, if the council wants to introduce a resolution, they're more than welcome to do it. I don't think it would bind us, but again, we're committed to doing that. So I have no objection to it. I don't think the administration has any objection to it, but practically, yes.
Did you say the administration is committed to divesting from?
Correct. We're committed to exploring the divesting with the finance department to see if we can do it. I'm pretty sure we can, but I don't want to commit to that on record that I'm actually exploring the options there and pursuing a divestment, assuming there's no legal or other restrictions on that.
Okay, thank you.
I co-sign.
Just to clarify, so even if we divest tomorrow, the cash management plan would still reflect that Citizens Bank was a business vendor in 2026?
That's correct, Council.
There's no harm in passing this on Wednesday and then whether by resolution or other means encouraging the administration to divest.
That's correct.
Okay. Next one.
Thank you.
The next one is 10.3, 26-317, which is for a list of qualified firms to perform various legal services. This was actually spearheaded by the Bond Council. So if you have any questions, they will be happy to answer.
Questions?
What is the difference between 10.3 and 10.44, giving a contract to a specific firm?
I'll take that question. So resolution 10.3 is just approving the list of qualified firms. So the city put out an RFQ, it received responses. This resolution is memorializing the firms that were deemed to have submitted qualified responses consistent with the RFQ framework. It's just establishing a qualified pool. It isn't awarding any contracts to anyone. Separately, later on in the resolution, in the agenda, we have a resolution that's actually awarding a contract to one of those firms from that qualified list.
So the list of firms in 10.3, they have varied hourly rates. Sarah, can you speak to how your office will select which firm to give contracts to and when, for example?
Sure. I'll note that the RFQ did not just solicit hourly rates. It solicited a variety of various cost proposals. In the arena of bond counsel, there are a number of alternate compensation arrangements that are pretty typical with municipalities, but rather than just soliciting what the city has solicited in the past, which was a percentage of bond note sales or something similar, the city elected to ask firms to provide a variety of cost proposals, including hourly rates. And so the finance department, along with the law department, worked closely to review the proposals that we received. It's a little bit more complicated than just picking the low hourly rate because it required various computations to figure out, assuming the city's, typical bond sale practices, considering what Director Vaquera is contemplating for this year, we needed to run some numbers to figure out what the actual total cost would look like for the city. And I'll defer to finance to share the specifics on that.
So based on 3 bond sales, we think that the award to Delworth is going to give us the best available amount to that. We're awarding 125,000, and based on the 3 bond sales, we think that they're the ones that are going to give us the best price.
Okay.
Councilman, if I just add one thing, more specific thing, the proposal contemplates 50 cents per thousand of notes issued, which is in comparison to the last contract we had was 80 cents. Some of the bids were as high as $1, so it's half of the highest and is the lowest for what we anticipate doing or in terms of issuing notes in 2026.
Okay, next one.
That was the 3.
So that's
That was
it.
the 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
1044 is the third one.
Guys, has a question about 1044 then? Maybe, Corporation Counsel can answer, I think. Is that firm still doing business for JCRA?
I don't know the answer to that. I can look into it.
Yeah, 'cause in their response, as their references, they put in City of Jersey City and JCRA, whatever year to the present. I'd be concerned if they're doing work both for an autonomous agency and for the city.
We can look into it.
Any other questions on 10.44? Okay. Director Woodson?
Good evening, Council President, council members. I have two ordinances for your consideration this evening. First would be ordinance number 26-037. It's agenda number 3.5. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 84, Alcoholic Beverages and Cannabis, Article 1, plenary retail consumption and distribution licenses, temporary enlarging permissible hours operating during the 2026 FIFA World Cup. It's pretty much just extending the closing times for bars and restaurants until an additional hour.
Questions?
I think it's a great idea, and businesses, and especially in Ward C, have been asking for it. I'm a little concerned by the requirement that they make application to the city, given the short time frame between now and when the games start, and just if every restaurant or bar made an application to the city, I doubt whether we can do a turnaround. I wouldn't want any of those bars or restaurants to be penalized for doing what they should be able to do, which is stay open during the World Cup.
We're actually going to have a very simple one-page application and be able to invoice them because there will be a $100 per day fee, but we've simplified the process, so it's not going to be very difficult for us to handle.
$100 fee to stay open longer
Yes,
per day?
per day.
What was the reasoning for charging the businesses?
We did, I think Hoboken's charging something very similar as well. And the amount of business that they would pick up from the crowds for the extra hour.
I'll ring the bell at Park Tavern to pay their fee one night, but
Okay.
quick question. Is it possible to extend the hours of dispensaries during this time period, or I guess in general, or is that preempted by state law?
The hours already, that would have to be an ordinance change, so I don't think we get that in early enough. And the dispensaries close much earlier.
Yeah.
That time, it's midnight, 11th to midnight, depending on the day of the week.
So
I don't know if we've had any interest in anyone asking for extended hours for the dispensaries, or if that's the case, it hasn't been communicated to us.
Okay, yeah, I've had one inquiry and I've just wanted to get it on the record today.
Sure.
We could talk offline.
Okay, sure.
But wanted to explore a potential pilot program.
Director, is this just for game night?
During I think it's 41 days of FIFA, yes.
Okay, but I mean, I don't think there's a game every day. So I guess basically it's going to be straight through. It's going to be from June 13th to July 13th.
Available straight through. The business can select whatever dates they choose.
Even if no games are on.
Well, there's a game on. It doesn't have to be a late game. I think there's a game on. It's through that whole time period of June 11th through July 19th. I just felt it was simpler to put it that way as opposed to just listing every day that the game's on.
Okay. And because I know every game is not going to be in New Jersey, because I know I was told that one of the reasons why we're doing this is because when people are coming back from the games, they have a place, like tourists, they have a place to go. But I know there's games in LA. I know there's games in Canada.
There's more watch parties all over. So just because, I mean, there's games in LA, but I think they'll be watched throughout all the bars in New Jersey.
I attended a meeting, and thank you, Director Woodson, for attending this meeting and also for explaining it to us tonight. I attended a meeting with the Historic Downtown Special Improvement District, and most of most of the bar owners said that, sorry? Oh, most of the bar owners said that they probably wouldn't take advantage of it, but the handful that did want to take advantage of this said that they would probably only stay open late when there was a late night game, like one in LA, because of the time difference. Then they, so they're not necessarily going to be extending their hours for all of the 40 days. This would allow them to do that if they wanted to, but most of them will probably only do it when there's a late night West Coast game, is what it sounded like from that small sample size. So just wanted to throw that out there.
One question, what would be the approval process? So anyone who is applying will get the approval, or would you select the applications?
Well, it's anyone who currently has a liquor license.
Okay, and you'll approve for all of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a follow-up. So section D, the new language, D1 says licensed establishment must apply to the ABC board secretary with a non-refundable $100 fee. So every day they're going to stay open, they have to do a new application?
Oh, it'll be one application and they'll just list the days they want to be open.
Okay, so this ordinance does not say it's $100 fee per day. So I think the administration can clarify that.
Not sure, there was a change made that you should have received today that was added to there.
So if I want to stay open the whole 41 days, I got to pay $4,100?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't anticipate bars staying.
$100 a day.
Our businesses aren't, the city's not benefiting from FIFA the way that they should or we should. I think we should rethink this $100 day. Even if they stay open 3 days, we should be promoting businesses, and our business, especially in Ward City, are suffering enough. $100 is a couple rounds of drinks per person per day. I don't see it.
Whatever the council chooses, if they want to reduce the fee, it's at the council's discretion.
Can I, Councilman? I think we should do little research before Wednesday. What I have learned that New York City is charging pretty hefty amount, and we can check with Hoboken too. And then based on that, we should decide on Wednesday. I would say charging a fees is a good idea so that there are limited bars open. Not everybody is doing it, and they are just getting approval, not even opening. So we can check this.
I think charging, we have it all wrong, especially with the struggling businesses looking at this as an opportunity to make money, to catch up on bills, to pay their staff, and to re-up on inventory, especially on the south side of the city where there's a stigma, where a lot of people don't want to go. So again, I just think we need to look at this differently. We need to look at it as opportunity and not a cash grab for the city.
Is city going to spend money maintaining these bars open late with the approval?
I agreed to notify public safety of all the locations because they may require some response from public safety. So they will be aware of the list of all the businesses that have chosen to stay open the extra hours. That would be a cost for the city.
One more question on this enforcement wise, would it simplify things to just extend across the board for every bar and restaurant, and enforcement wise not have to kind of figure out where we're sending law enforcement to try and check on the end time of bars and restaurants staying open during this period?
I would want to answer for public safety.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, as the councilwoman mentioned earlier, it seemed to be very limited interest as far as the extra hour, and it's mostly a few games that have a midnight game.
Okay.
I don't think this will be as widespread as initially thought.
Just offer a brief note of caution for the council as it is thinking about potential amendments to this ordinance. What we're talking about here is an administrative fee. And administrative fees legally can be used to cover the costs of administering regulations. And so the cost of vetting the applications, the cost of enforcement, but they are not a source of revenue generation. You can't effectively exact a tax on a business by assessing them a fee. So just to be mindful to the council, in case anyone was thinking about exploring potential revenue generating strategies, that would not be appropriate on a regulation like this.
Okay, next one.
Next is very similar. It's item number 3.15. It's ordinance number 26-047. It's enabling ordinance amending chapter 296 streets, sidewalks, and public rights of way, article 7, sidewalk cafes and sidewalk sales, temporarily enlarging permissible hours of operation during the 2026 FIFA World Cup. This is an extension of the outside seating.
Questions? Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Elise Gibbs.
Evening, Council President and council members. I'm here to this resolution number 26-335, agenda number 1021. After reviewing the grant accounts identified in resolution 26-335, has been completed by the grants division. Based upon our records, the grants included in this resolution have been fully expended in accordance with the applicable grant agreements, and all reimbursement funds due to the city have been received and properly accounted for. In addition, we only have one balance that appeared to be a duplicate entry and does not represent an actual outstanding receivable or reserve appropriation balance. As such, no further financial activity is expected for any of the grant accounts listed. Therefore, the cancellation of the grant receivable balances and or grant reserve appropriation balances contained in this resolution is appropriate and necessary to accurately reflect the city's financial records, facilitate the proper closeout of the grant accounts. This resolution cancels reserve appropriation balances totaling $1,400,889.40 and grant receivable balances totaling $99,070.71.40.
Questions? Okay, thank you. Kyle Greaves, Finance.
Good evening. I have two items. First is ordinance 26033, agenda number 3.1, and ordinance to exceed the calendar year 2026 municipal budget appropriation limits and establish a cap bank. What this is allowing the municipal budget to increase certain appropriations beyond the statutory limit of 2%. So back in October of 25, DCA issued a local finance notice, as they do every year, allowing municipalities to do this. This is action required prior to approval of the budget. And what this would do is generate an extra $8.9 million, I believe, in budget appropriation flexibility for us. So that does not necessarily mean we will budget up to the maximum. It just is as a budget tool in case we need to, go beyond the statutory 2%. And if we fall below that maximum amount, the amount will be banked for future years for the next two budget cycles. And this is not to be confused with the tax levy cap. This is related to that.
Questions?
So, hi, Kyle. So the cap bank is capping expenses. Is that correct?
Yes, certain appropriations. So the budget is split into multiple categories, but two of the larger appropriation buckets are within the cap and outside the cap. The appropriations in the cap are your daily, your general operating expenses, personnel, insurance, pension obligations, and items such as that. Those are capped at 2%, with some, exclusions. We can add bank from the prior years. And ultimately you get your calculation of what the total, allowable appropriation is for that subsection of the budget. And that, calculation is provided in, the memo I shared.
It's 2% of certain expenses cap.
Correct.
So it doesn't, but by extending this, we're not,
Now, you're not committing to budgeting up to 3.5%. It just gives you the option to, ultimately go up to that threshold, if budget calls for it. If, like I said, if we come below that, amount, as we have done in almost every year, you bank it for the next 2 budget cycles. And you also need to legally, to adopt your budget, you need to be under that cap by the dollar, so
and how much have we banked to date?
to date. So in 2024, we banked 18.9 million, and in 2025, we banked 21.2 million.
That's not real cash, right?
Now, this is a non-cash reserve. It's essentially, like I did mention this in my memo, because I was just worried that might be the assumption. This is non-cash. It's just essentially an exception in the calculation for what we can appropriate this year.
So if we wanted to utilize that, we would have to increase taxes.
Not necessarily, no.
Necessarily, okay.
Tax levy cap is entirely separate from this. So whatever our appropriations is, obviously have to fill the gap with revenue or taxes. And that doesn't necessarily, the additional appropriations don't necessarily mean a certain tax increase is on the table.
And my final question, they each has a 3%, 3-year expiration date on it? Is that?
It'll be, so anything we bank this year will be available for use in 27 and 28, and then it expires.
Thank you.
Okay, next one.
Ordinance 26041, Agenda 3.9. This is an ordinance authorizing making of various public improvements and acquisition in the amount of $9.5 million. And this is all being raised from our capital fund balance. These funds are not tied to any prior debt authorizations or any other capital projects. This is just the net of our assets and liabilities in the general capital fund. So authorizing improvements with these funds does not require us to raise any new debt, and it does not require us to repurpose any proceeds from any other ordinances. And see in the ordinance, the dedicated use of funds is split into 4 purposes that we worked on with the Business Administrator's Office. Purpose 1 is information technology improvements and acquisitions for 1.9 million. Public work equipment acquisitions for 81,000. Infrastructure improvements totaling 5 million, and general building improvements totaling $2.5 million.
Questions?
Questions? Quick, easy one, asphalt resurfacing, roads resurfaced, is that what that is?
Yes, correct.
When do we find out about that program? I guess more to the BA.
Yeah, so they haven't actually gone out to figure out exactly what streets they want to do. They have a list that they've been working on. I think the intention is to discuss this to figure out, priorities from the council. They do know how much will need to be done overall. The 3.5 will not get us there entirely, but it's a good step to make sure we do not miss this window of the summer and fall to make sure we get some of the streets resurfaced in the interim as we work on larger capital plans to, fully do as much as the city as possible.
Can we talk about what the building improvements would be?
The building improvements are HVAC replacements, primarily Bishop Street.
That's the HVAC.
Correct. So that would be specifically 2 buildings, Municipal Court and Bishop Street.
Who's got a breakdown of how much money is in our capital account and how much of it is allotted or funded elsewhere. For example, the prior administration told us that Courthouse Park was a commitment that the city had made. It turns out it was unfunded. If we can have a full breakdown of how much money we have in the capital account and what, if anything, is being allotted. For example, 3.9 is asking us to change an allotment or appropriation. I'm not really sure where the money is right now anyway. So I'd love to see a breakdown of that, please.
This funding is not tied to any current projects. This is the fund balance surplus in the capital fund, but we can provide you a summary of what's on the general capital fund ledger. And the way we have it organized is by ordinance and whatever the purposes are within that ordinance. So some ordinances may say general improvements, just a heads up, but we try to detail it as much as possible.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, a copy would be very
Yeah,
helpful.
we'll send it to the clerk. So we can.
If they're not tied to any project, what was the money intended for?
So this is a fund balance rolls over year to year in the general capital fund, and it's just net of your liabilities and what your assets are. So your assets are essentially cash and your improvement authorizations. So if we authorize to spend money on a project and we borrow the cash for it, it's part of our assets. And majority of our fund balance here is derived from premiums that the city receives when we go out and issue bonds and notes. People bidding on the debt will pay above market value, and that's essentially excess cash for us to hold. And we can either appropriate it for improvements, put it in the budget as a revenue item, or pay down debt service. In this instance, we're using it for improvements.
In layman's terms, council, it's essentially surplus. So I'm not a big financial guy myself, but that's how I always equated it.
But the money was, we bonded for it for something, right? At some point?
The capital fund is not just capital improvements. It is also, our notes for operations and things like of that nature. So if you look in the annual financial statement, I'll give you the actual sheet number. It'll sheet 38 of the 2025 financial statement, and it'll tell you what the prior year fund balance, capital fund balance was, and the additions to that last year were, like I said, premium on sale of bonds, 6.2 million. So that's excess cash that the city received, people bidding on our debt above face value. And then there's another 1.2 on premium of sale of notes. And then there's a small amount of improvement authorizations canceled last year, 113,000. So all of that rolls up into 10.2 million, which is what we have overall in the capital fund as surplus.
So how much was the total capital fund balance at this point?
10,243,000.
We're proposing to use 9.56 million
As of now, yeah.
of the 10.2. I guess my next question is just how do we prioritize these? I mean, certainly the HVAC is urgent.
Council, these are a lot of requests that came in the preceding year in 2025 that were originally tied critical to the last administration's attempt to pass the capital ordinance. Because that was never completed and because we're still working on the prior to this administration and this council, we just want to make sure that any critical items that need to be done yesterday essentially are funded in some source. Asphalt, as you guys know, is, you've seen the roads out there, the IT infrastructure improvements. We have certain critical systems that are past end of life that need to be replaced. The brining machine is something that, I think we all know from last year is critical to the streets. We want to make sure we have it fixed and ready to go this year. And the remaining infrastructure improvements are related to projects that are grant funded, but require a match from the city. So we just want to make sure there is some money there to go through with the match. So we don't lose any of the other grant funding that would be out there.
3B, 3C, 3D are all grant funded projects and it serves as a match.
Yeah, they have matching. I don't know the exact match for it, but we do have to provide a matching dollar amount to get money back from those projects.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
John Lynch, DPW.
Good evening, Council President, council members. Last minute fill-in, Director Levy still out from the passing of his mom, and our automotive director was unavailable. So nevertheless, I have 3 items for the Division of Automotive, 10.40, 10.41, and 10.42. So 10.40, Resolution 26-354. A resolution authorizing the award of an open-end contract to Samuels Bywise for auto parts for automotive parts and accessories, the light-duty city-owned vehicles and the fleet of vehicles under the state contract for the Department of Public Works Automotive Division. This is basically for the parts, accessories, and they're a local vendor that specializes in both foreign and domestic automobile parts for all our automated, automotive-related services.
Questions?
Do we have, did you provide, past awards and expenditures?
Let's see.
We're getting for you, Councilman. I made the request in anticipation for all the contracts that have been previously used to get those information before you vote.
Thank you.
John, you may not have this, and please extend my condolences to Director Levy. So I'll ask the administration, what vehicles are light duty under state contract that we have in our fleet? And I imagine we don't have any foreign vehicle.
They actually didn't list them. Looking here and seeing what notes they gave me.
Councilman, we do have some foreign vehicles related to public safety. We can talk more offline if you want to get more information about that.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask too, Peter, if you could provide me a listing. I know you provided me an older version, but every car that's in the city fleet, what department it's in and who's it signed to. I'm gonna ask for that audit again, and that'll go to.
Does that exist?
I was provided with some document, but I know from speaking to some employees that it's a little outdated. So if we can get a full accounting of every vehicle in the city fleet, and where it's not just the department it's assigned to, but what person it's assigned to.
Councilman, generally, we don't assign vehicles to individual persons. We usually assign to a department. Exception may be public safety has some special exceptions to that, but we'll get you to whatever extent possible we have.
Well, thanks, Peter. I'm requesting that each department head provide the city administration with the listing of where they assign their vehicles, and to whom.
Are you going to send it to the automotive department or to? Okay.
Okay, next one, John.
We have 10.41, Resolution 26-355. A resolution authorizing the award of an open-ended contract to Foley Power Systems for forklift repairs needed to the Sourcewell contract, again, for the Department of Public Works, for the Automotive Division. This is basically to specialize for repairs for the city's 6 payloaders, the 4 skid steers, and 2 evacuators. They're the current vendor, and the funding is remaining as the same as last year.
Say that again.
So the funding cost, which is asking for 60,000, is the same as last year.
What was the expenditure last year?
Around, he's saying 30,000. So we didn't even, it's as needed.
Yeah, it's open-ended. So if I can get the same information for the past several years, 4 years, thank you.
Okay, next one, John.
And 10.42, 26-356 resolution number, a resolution ratifying the award contract of Rare Step Fleetio. It's the purchase of fleet management maintenance software for the Department of Public Works. This provides the automotive division with the necessary software to track all the vehicles, the fleet, the vendor utilization. This does everything, work order management, vehicle maintenance scheduling, parts and inventory control, repair, request laboring and tracking, labor repair costs, vehicle maintenance and history, driver assignment tracking, pre-trip inspections, and fleet reporting and analytics.
What was the source of funding?
Excuse me, Rolando?
Repeat that, Council.
The source of funding, sorry.
Oh, It's for 86,985.60.
Now, what account is it coming from?
Automotive.
Operating.
Operating. Yeah. I'd ask again, just to kind of look at this and software, I'm not sure qualifies.
Okay,
Good.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
Sean.
Good evening.
Sean, that is all the directors I have. I'm going to ask that we defer to 3.12. I believe Councilman Gilmore has someone here who wants to help him present that ordinance, and then after that, we can take it from the top.
Yay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Renee Steinhagen. I'm with New Jersey Appleseed Public Interest Law Center, and I've been working with Councilman Griffin and Councilman Gilmore on what we're calling a ward redistricting. I want to make something clear. There's a political response and there's a legal response for this. Politically, as you know, the Supreme Court is eviscerating the VCRA, the Voting Rights Act. At the same time, they're allowing partisan gerrymandering. Our Supreme Court has made it clear that partisan gerrymandering is not allowed, though there's been no particular case typically that has been brought where someone has challenged partisan gerrymandering. So the practical response here is what happened in Jersey City in ward redistricting in our the last 10 years. I will say that was an anomaly. Jersey City's ward commission historically followed the law. And when I say followed the law, it's not just state law. They followed federal law as well. In this particular case, they did not. And what this ordinance is doing is implementing federal and state law. And I will tell you very clearly in what components. Both are state constitution, but the statute governing ward redistricting requires a concept of compactness. This law, the ward redistricting law, was passed in 1981. Okay? It simply required compactness be considered without defining compactness, as well as population deviation of 10%. By 1982, the US Supreme Court is acknowledging that one can measure compactness by using some statistics called the Popper Palsy measurement of compactness, as well as the RIAC. And I think everybody should understand Mr. RIAC was the head of at Rutgers. So in fact, the Supreme Court case has a footnote in the concurrence by Justice Stevens that just goes on and on and on about Ernst RIAC. I just want you to know that. So what this ordinance does, unlike our state law, it actually just defines compactness. The definition is one used by other state courts and has been used in jurisdiction. So it's not something that we're changing. It is consistent with the current state law. But this ordinance is now saying that one would evaluate compactness by using these measurements, these objective measurements. I'd like you to know that the program that the Jersey City Commission uses generates those compactness scores. So it's not like we're creating something new. You are just implementing the current law, the current practice, the federal courts, other state courts, and everybody uses these measurements. In the last round, there was no mention of these metrics, and the commission did not consider the measurements. They did not consider compactness, period. So all you're doing is implementing current state and federal principles of redistricting. The second substantive issue in this ordinance is something called communities of interest. You're defining communities of interest. That definition is coming out of New Jersey Supreme Court cases defining communities of interest. It requires the commission to consider communities of interest, though our New Jersey Supreme Court said that the New Jersey law does not require you to consider communities of interest. The Voting Rights Act does. Clearly, the compactness analysis that the U.S. Supreme Court has required in a Voting Rights Act case, the compactness analysis requires you to consider communities of interest. That is, the rule beyond compactness is beyond geometric shapes. Compactness requires that it also includes that voters share cohesive cultural, social, economic, or historic ties. That's what you're defining communities of interest. So this ordinance is implementing the Voting Rights Act regarding compactness analysis by requiring the commission to use communities of interest. The next substantive is that it's requiring the commission to use census tracts and not election voting districts. Well, our state law and our federal law is silent on that matter. But no commission has ever used election voting districts before. They have always used census blocks. In fact, in the last round of redistricting, the very commission in Jersey City, where it is the superintendent, the different board of elections, they just have the clerk sitting on it. In every other municipality where there was redistricting in Hudson County, they used census tracts. Only in Jersey City, they used election voting districts. We claim they use election voting districts because they wanted to know how people voted. And they used how people voted in shaping the districts. So that issue was not pontificated on. It has never been pontificated on. But I'm saying it is consistent with practice in redistricting, both here in Hudson County as elsewhere, to use census tracts and not election voting districts. Now, the next important aspect of this ordinance is in direct response to the citizens, the voters of Jersey City's discontent about the process. The state law that does govern, you can't do something inconsistent with the state law, but we're implementing the state law, does require all meetings of the commission to be open to the public. That is very different than our constitution and how congressional redistricting goes, all right? We're not saying, it's not like you are now saying meetings must be public when they were under state law private. They're not. All we are doing now is requiring that there be at least one meeting at which alternative WAPs are discussed. Meaning there must be a meeting, and we're also requiring there must be a meeting, it could be the same meeting as the one before, where the commission hears about the voters' feelings about their communities of interest. This is not inconsistent, it's not allowed under state law, but this is Jersey City, the city council now responding to the dissatisfaction about what happened last time, where there was only one public meeting, where the decision had already been made about what plan, and people got up and commented, and the voting went on with no response from what went on. So this ordinance is a response to making sure that Jersey City's commission, and where I say that you have the power to do so, There is no what we called field preemption here. That means the state hasn't preempted the world, because the reality is the commission has to listen to federal law as well. So all we are saying is that you guys who must pay for, just so you know, there were 18, or I think it was 20 citizens groups brought a challenge to the redistricting map that was drawn. Well, guess what? The city of Jersey City paid for the defense. And the city of Jersey City actually wrote a brief in support of the what we call a ward redistricting map that was gerrymandered in retaliation for the way the voters of Ward F, the old Ward F, voted, period. It was a retaliation based on their voting, their support of an independent candidate. And that is, in essence, a form of partisan gerrymandering. So I will answer any questions. What I really want to let you know is that this ordinance is consistent with federal and state principles of redistricting. It will help prevent partisan gerrymandering, and it will help protect the very essence of your ward redistricting law, which was to protect diverse communities within the city and making sure that the communities of interest that are not necessarily only on racial lines. And that is why no one challenged, we did not challenge the ward redistricting map under the Voting Rights Act because it was not racial. We felt that there was a gerrymandering going on and a disrespect for the socioeconomic communities of neighborhoods that had developed in the city. It was not racially based, and therefore there would not have been a Voting Rights Act claim. But that does not preclude the conclusion that a commission has to follow the principles of the Voting Rights Act. And the Voting Rights Act compactness analysis requires a commission, a redistricting commission, to actually consider communities of interest. If in fact you are to feel that you are not, this is not within your jurisdiction, that this is inconsistent with state law, though that I do not, it is my opinion that it is not inconsistent with state law. And I do not believe that there is field preemption because of the fact that you have to follow both federal and state law. I do think that the locality has the authority to make sure that their commission, for which they pay for, follows and implements the federal and state law principles of ward redistricting. One can always pass a resolution. But in that in mind, even if there is an argument of field preemption, I'd like to bring previous person was telling you about his history in Essex County. I'll bring you up to something more recent. Newark has passed an ordinance requiring that 16-year-olds have the right to vote in school board elections. I will give you a legal opinion. I think that's field preempted. I don't think Newark had the authority to pass that ordinance. Guess what the political response has been? There's been nobody who is challenging it. In fact, the state government was even saying they would consider mandating it for all municipalities. Why? Because it's a political assertion, and I would argue that here. If you pass this ordinance, no one will challenge it. The election officials, they're going to challenge it and to say, communities of interest, we don't want to have to consider communities of interest, even though the federal law requires us to consider communities of interest. Who is going to challenge it?
Okay, Renee, let us get you some questions.
Okay.
You did a good job.
Well, this is a new
Question.
it's a new role. I know you want to go watch the Knick game.
That was
My
very,
husband wants dinner too. Yeah.
that was very thorough. Thank you. I haven't had a chance to speak with Councilman Gilmore yet, so my questions are mostly off the cuff. Did you have a chance to review or contribute to the ordinance and how it's written?
I wrote it.
Oh, okay. So the fourth whereas down makes some allegations. I know this case went to court. What was the last court of jurisdiction?
The New Jersey Supreme Court. We did not have any federal claims. There was not a Voting Rights Act claim.
And did the Supreme Court make any of these findings? I think there's 6 things from that the Ward Commission in 2022 failed to adequately consider the statutory requirement of compactness, all the way down to wards D and F are bearing significant reductions in their lack of compactness and overall political coherence.
No.
Great.
We had a 5-4 decision, which changed in the last minute from an oral argument. I thought it would have been the other way around. They just so you know, the claims that were brought were dismissed already in the trial court. The appellate division reinstated the compactness claim, and then the Supreme Court, the majority, just reinstated the trial court.
But the reason
They basically decided that in 1981, the statute, they picked up their 1979 decision. We are the only state in the country that still looks as compactness visually. And we had a 5 majority saying the Ward F was compact and a minority saying the Ward F wasn't compact visually. Okay.
Right. I'm not disagreeing with some of the allegations in the fourth whereas. I'm just, the lawyer in me is concerned about putting that into an ordinance into our city's law when it was litigated in court and a court found that not to be the case, whether right or wrong.
Whereas clause, I don't believe that the whereas clauses should be put in the ordinance. I guess I did this wrong. The ordinance should not have the whereas clause.
Right. Well, I mean, what the council is reviewing and the public's reviewing and voting on. So really the meat of it is, regardless of what happened in 2022, going forward, there should be more of a conversation about compactness and communities of, of interest, right?
It just should be that compactness should be, we should use the very measurements that the city commission of the programs they use generate. Every single court other than our U.S. Supreme Court uses these metrics of the Piper palsy and the REOC score to measure compactness, and then communities of interest. And our 1981 law does not include the requirement to use communities of interest. Communities of interest developed the concept of communities interest, its relationship to compactness, have developed since 1981 by the U.S. Supreme Court under the Voting Rights Act. So this ordinance would be implementing the Voting Rights Act. Do you understand? It would not be, it's not a matter of that the state controls everything. No one would argue that federal law doesn't apply to our ward commission.
So compactness wouldn't be a new consideration. The only change for the next ward commission would be communities of interest.
No, communities of interest is not new. Communities of interest is required. The use of the metrics is not required. Compactness is required in our state law and our New Jersey Constitution.
Right, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's the metrics. It's the way you evaluate compactness. As our law stands now, the New Jersey Supreme Court says you can just do this visually. Every other court in the country, including every other federal court, is using these metrics. And the commissions are using these metrics. The definition of communities of interest is adopted from Judge Karchman. It is used, they used it in the U.S. congressional redistricting here in New Jersey. They just said that it was not required. The election officials actually wrote an amicus brief saying it's a great concept. We think it's wonderful. We should, we just don't have the resources to do it. They're forgetting about federal law, though. And I do think that they have an obligation to implement federal law. What's new is we're defining that procedurally, that there must be one public meeting that at least discusses alternative plans, and there must be a meeting at which you consider commentary from the community about what they perceive their community of interest to be. That does go on under our New Jersey Constitution in the congressional redistricting. And the concept of communities of interest is something that every single advocacy group, from the League of Women Voters to the Institute for Social Justice, to everybody is presenting. And it's actually a strong communities of interest requirement is the answer to the elimination or the evisceration of the VRA by the recent US Supreme Court decision. And as well as compactness is a concept that the North Carolina, the Pennsylvania state Supreme Courts that have now found against prohibited partisan gerrymandering, they use compactness scores to determine if there's been gerrymandering. And that's what Mr. Reebok said in 1965 from his post at Rutgers University.
I appreciate your analysis. No, thank you very much. Just a question for Corp Counsel. Is the administration weighing in, and perhaps is the great example of legislative counsel?
This is true.
Sure. So I'll start by saying I have enormous respect for Renee.
It was a fantastic
Appreciate
analysis. No, thank you.
her presence here, but I do respectfully disagree. I have provided a memo to Councilman Gilmore laying out the law department's analysis of this proposed ordinance. I see there being a very narrow question for the law department on this ordinance. It is not whether the substantive and procedural requirements that this ordinance purports to impose are good as a policy matter or are important matters of fairness. The question is simply whether this is a regulation that can happen at the municipal level. And our assessment is that that is not the case. As Renee has pointed out, while there may be these similar procedural and substantive requirements in federal courts and in other states and even in other cities, notably, they do not appear in the very comprehensive state law that creates these ward commissions. That is the municipal ward law. You have heard Renee refer to a concept of field preemption, so that we do not disagree that there is, that we agree that there is no state law that this proposed ordinance conflicts with directly. There is no state law that says the council cannot do something like what it is trying to achieve in this ordinance. But there is a legal doctrine called field preemption that says when a state legislature or a legislature of a higher authority has acted so comprehensively in a space as to fill the field of regulation, it leaves no room for lower authorities like a city to act. And it is the law department's opinion that that is the case here. The MDL spells out a very comprehensive scheme. It creates entities that are state entities. It invites no participation at the local level. And further, the Supreme Court, in the case law that is cited in the preamble to this ordinance, expressly rejected the notion that these criteria should be read in. And it is my view that if in fact federal law required what our state law does not expressly require, the New Jersey Supreme Court would have figured that out and told us it, and they declined to. And so it is the law department's view that this ordinance is likely in excess of municipal authority. Candidly, realistically, if the council elected to pass this ordinance, what I think is likely to happen, I agree with Renee that it is hard to imagine who would challenge it, but what is likely to happen is simply nothing, that the ward commission would convene and it would conduct its business the way that it would like to at some point in the future. And this ordinance would have no effect and the city would have no way to bind the ward commission to these requirements that it is attempting to inject through this ordinance. The law department's view is that the lawful way of accomplishing the goal that is articulated in this ordinance would be to pass a resolution calling for the state to amend the municipal ward law and incorporate these various substantive and procedural criteria. I will say I have not had the opportunity to engage with Renee's analysis, which clearly is detailed and thorough, but this is the first time that I'm hearing about it. And so we would be happy to, given more than 36 hours, engage with it in more detail. But at this time, it is the position of the administration and the law department that this is likely in an excess of the council's authority.
Sarah, I thank you. I'd appreciate a memo if you wouldn't mind sharing with me. And Renee, again, if you wouldn't mind, if you have anything in writing, I'd like to review it.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything in writing at the moment.
I'll go back and listen to
You know, my position is, even if the city is right, the reality of it is politically, this is going to be very, very difficult to get the state to change the law. They haven't changed the law since 1981, when every other state has changed the law. And as I said, we didn't bring any claims under the federal, and we didn't raise these arguments in the court that the VRA required them to do communities of interest. This was a claim solely under the New Jersey law. And they were working on statutory intent from 1981, which predated the VRA and the communities of interest issue. And we had politics, and that's the very honesty here. And something changed from oral argument to, by the time, whether it was Scutari threatening Judge.
Okay,
No, I don't know. I don't
we
wanna
won't
go
get
there.
into too many specifics, but
understand that.
we have your side of it. We have the corporation
Okay,
council.
but I just want to reinforce
Okay.
that Newark passed an ordinance and has affected voting rights for 16-year-olds, even though most election experts in the state think that there's field preemption and that the locality doesn't have control over that. So there's something political here to be said. And I think it's important for this city council politically, who saw what happened, and we all know what happened,
Okay,
to make sure that it won't happen again.
all right. Any other questions? We're good?
I'll ask one,
Okay.
if I dare. I'll ask the Corporation Council. So I don't see a chapter in this ordinance, so if you pass and it's your opinion that it's not legal binding, where does it find its place in the municipal code? And, or how does that process work? I guess, is it,
I have no idea.
okay.
I can get back to you before Wednesday, unless the BA happens to know.
Okay. We'll investigate that.
Oh, for
All right, take it from the top, Sean.
Okay. To our first reading ordinances, item 3.1, 3.2 were touched on earlier. Item 3.3, City Ordinance 26-035 is an ordinance amending Chapter 23, Section 23-7, Judges' Salaries, Vacation Leaves, and Other Benefits.
Questions? 3.3.
No questions.
All right.
3.4, City Ordinance 26-036 is an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City amending Chapter 73, Women's Advisory Board of the City of Jersey City.
Next one. Next one,
Oh,
Sean.
sorry. Item 3.5 was touched on earlier. Item 3.6, City Ordinance 23-038 is an ordinance of the Jersey City Municipal Council supplementing Chapter 90, Article 3, establishing a ban on breeding of sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits.
Questions?
Item 3.7, City Ordinance 26-039 is an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City amending Chapter A350 Rules of Order of the Jersey City Code to establish the 12th day prior to caucus meeting as the deadline for distribution of the Municipal Council meeting agenda. This ordinance, if introduced, the second reading ordinance that's on 4.3, 26-031 would have to be defeated.
Questions?
I was just going to confirm that we would need to vote down 4.3 and then approve 3.7.
We would approve 3.7 first, and then we would move to defeat item 4.3.
That's move to defeat is a motion separate from a vote.
It would be a motion to move to defeat, so we don't have to hold a public hearing on something that is not going to be adopted or can be considered.
I like that. Okay, thank you.
I thought you would.
Please no, Sean.
Item 3.8, 3.9 were touched on earlier. Item 3.10, City Ordinance 26-042 is an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City establishing Chapter 346 Youth Liaison Council of the City of the Jersey City Municipal Code is creating the Jersey City Youth Liaison Council.
Any questions? 3.10.
Just one question for the councilman. I didn't get an opportunity to review it in great detail. Is there a staff assigned to this?
We were originally putting in some language around administrative support, but we were talking with law department, and right now we've taken administrative support out of the language of the ordinance so that we're not overly prescriptive. And it seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like it would be in excess of city council powers to direct the administration into how they would put administrative support behind this. But we are saying that a city council member at least would be involved in the Youth Liaison Council, and that the mayor's office could designate people to also help staff this.
So
Your mic.
The law department is happy to have a conversation around what specific forms of administrative support you are seeking and whether or not they are permissible. The draft that we reviewed was unclear and that raised some legal questions. And so if you want to put a little bit of meat on the bone before Wednesday, we're happy to work with you to spell out what that is and make sure it would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Sean.
Okay. Item 3.11, City Ordinance 26-043 is an ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City, County of Hudson, State of New Jersey, amending and supplementing Chapter 3, Administration of Government, Article 4, Department of Law of the Jersey City Municipal Code to establish the position of Legislative Council to the Municipal Council to clarify the respective roles of Corporation Council and Legislative Council.
So, council members, this is the follow-up to the resolution that we passed, stating our intent to create a legislative council position. This is the ordinance that I promised I would bring forward. As I stated, when we did the resolution, it is something that the residents have been asking us to do probably since I've been on the council. It is something that I think almost all of you asked me to look into as council president. So I did look into it. There are 2 other major cities under the mayor council, strong mayor Faulkner Act system, Newark and Trenton, that have their own separate attorney from the administration that I know of. And so I want to make sure that we have the conversation and we follow through on what we said we were going to do. So this ordinance is here, and I've sent you all communications and documentation on why I feel that we have room to move forward.
Yes, I just want to say that I think it's a great idea for us to have our own council, especially with this. I mean, Tom's an attorney, but other than that, none of us, no one else went to school for this stuff. And every time, when I look at law, for me, it's so many gray areas and so many interpretations. Case in point, we just witnessed something not too long ago. We went to the court, even the judge's interpretation at the Supreme Court, that's the determination of a 5-4 decision. So I guess ultimately, if the council responsibility is to look out for the best interests of the constituency of Jersey City, that we find some way to have some legal representation that's specific focus is for the council. While I don't believe that this administration is anything like past administrations, I do believe that if there's a ability to create some function where we can have this independent representation, if you will, I think we should really home in on that. And no knock to Sarah, like I said, but I just think that this business of being it's hard. It is hard. So to rely on expert opinion, if you will, and I got to keep going back to the previous administration, like so many times, like there's been instances where we were trying to get things done, and it's like, oh no, we can't do that. We can't do that. So I'm in favor of having that representation as for the council.
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Gilmore in that regard. I appreciate the conversation I had with the mayor last week about this, and when he recognized that, and what Councilman Gilmore was saying, that it may not be this administration, but future council, future administrations may be at differing opinions, and it's important for the council to have guidance. I do have a question though. So Sarah, in your office, you'll give us advice, and always it's up to us to determine whether to take that advice or not. And if we get it wrong, or someone thinks we got it wrong, we get sued and there's litigation, the city represents the council because we're in our official capacities. Section F of this ordinance indicates that the council shall have the discretion to determine which opinion, meeting between legislative council and corporation council, governs its actions consistent with applicable law. So we always do that. My question would be, if legislative council gives us an opinion which we follow, resulting in a lawsuit, who is representing the council members in that lawsuit, or who determines which law firm to hire? So I assume we'll still be governed by, we'll be acting under the color of law and governed and indemnified by the city. But I have some questions about the logistics with that.
With your permission, I'd like to answer the narrow question first and then share a little bit more on the record. I think it's important as the advocate for the city, representing the city's interests, that I have the opportunity to weigh in a public forum on this question, because there are a number of legal and other complexities here. To answer your question, councilperson, the law department would arrange for conflict counsel to represent the council members in that case. And so the law department would either take a firm that it already has an open contract with, or put forward a new contract before the city council for it to approve or deny to represent the council members in that case. But it would not be myself and the other members of the law department who would represent you on a matter we had already perhaps even publicly opined against your position in. We couldn't represent your interests if we had expressed opinion that was contrary to them, or your view in that case. More broadly, I will share with the council that when this first came up in the form of the resolution that was previously passed calling for the introduction of this ordinance for the public's awareness, the law department drafted a memorandum dated May 3rd, which was circulated to the council members. It's also incorporated into the agenda of this council meeting. It's in the letters from directors portion of the agenda. It is not confidential. It is publicly available. And I want to start by noting that I appreciate what Councilman Gilmore said, and I thoroughly agree that the law is so complicated, particularly because it is often full of gray areas. However, what council is trying to accomplish here and the specific way that they are trying to accomplish it is not a gray area. It is in one of the few black and white settled areas of law where the highest authority in our state, the New Jersey Supreme Court, has weighed in on a virtually identical factual question and has decisively stated that the council doesn't have the authority to do what it is seeking to do by this ordinance. I'm referring to a case that is called the Municipal Council of Newark versus Sharp James, the then mayor. The then Newark council tried to do not only what this council is trying to do, but they tried to do it the same way. So they tried to pass an ordinance that would call for the city to for the council to put forward a contract, a professional services contract, to engage a consultant law firm, which is exactly what this ordinance contemplates. And the court there said that that was not possible, and they said two important things that apply here. So first, the court made clear that under the Faulkner Act, it is the expectation that the council and the mayor work together to protect the city's interests, not any elected officials' interests or any particular branch of government's interests. And a helpful analogy on that front is if you look at the seal above you, it says Corporation of Jersey City. Legally, the city is a corporate entity. And just as a corporate CEO and board of directors don't each get their own lawyer, they have one general counsel that is tasked with acting in the interest of that single unified corporate entity. That is also true of a municipality in New Jersey under the Faulkner Act. But more specifically, what that case said was that a council does not have the authority within its legislative purview to put forward a contract for professional services. The court determined that that is a uniquely administrative function that could not be co-opted by the city council. It said in no uncertain terms, the Faulkner Act's mandate is clear and unmistakable. The mayor is charged with the duty to negotiate and sign, subject to council approval, contracts that bind the city. And the city council is charged with the duty of approval of contracts presented by the mayor. And so the court concluded there was no room for the notion that council could put forward its own contracts for its own consultants, which is precisely what the council attempts to do here. And to put a practical point on it that I think illustrates why that must be the case, if the council advances this ordinance, and then either itself tries to put forward a contract resolution or asks the administration to put forward a contract resolution, I'm the lawyer for our finance department and our procurement department. And if they ask me if that contract or any payments pursuant to that contract are legally authorized, I will say no. That is my opinion. I hope it doesn't get to that point, but I think that illustrates why it is essential that we have one voice that the city speaks with, one advocate who represents the city's interests rather than two. I will also note, as I pointed out in that memo that I circulated on the 3rd, that anytime there is an actual bona fide legal conflict of interest, there is already a mechanism for the council to get its own representation. You can ask the law department to render an opinion that there exists a conflict. We would happily provide one. Frankly, we are overworked, as you all know, and so we would be more than happy to procure independent counsel to represent you. But more to the point, we have put forward what I will say is a compromise proposal, and I think frankly a good one, whether or not it resolves this particular dispute, which is that the council is certainly able to hire as aides barred attorneys. They would not represent the city. They would not be covered under attorney-client privilege because, again, that's a fundamentally administrative function. But the law department would be happy to share our resources with the council, our access to case law databases, such that you have the opportunity to have someone within your staff who can help you assess the opinions of the law department, do your own research, do your own legislative drafting. And so we would be very happy to work with you on that path forward if you're all amenable to that.
I have 2 questions. So I understand what you're saying, if you have an opinion and then our attorney would have an opinion and it ends up in court, you can't represent us. Now, if you give us an opinion now and we don't take it, like for instance, the ordinance that Councilman Gilmore put forth where there's 2 different opinions. If we don't listen to your advice and we move forward with that and there's a lawsuit, do you represent us then or you would have to outsource it?
It would really depend on the specifics of the case, but generally, in order to be entitled to representation by the city and indemnification by the city, you need to follow the legal advice of the city's representative. And so there is a mechanism, this is reflected in our city's code under the portion of the code that creates my role for the city to decline to offer representation for someone in the event they don't cooperate with their own defense.
Okay, and then my other question is, because I know you mentioned the Newark Sharp James case, but Newark has their own attorney and they have for quite some time. So, I mean, I guess they just decided to do it, but.
I mean, I'll quote my friend Renee here. Just because something is unlawful doesn't mean someone is going to challenge it. And so it is my view that those municipalities passed ordinances that could be challenged, and those challenges would almost certainly be successful, including under the Council of Newark versus Sharp James case. That no one has elected to do it yet does not give that legal blessing.
Who would have standing to challenge it? Just the administration, right?
Certainly the mayor.
And can I say something that I already told Council President? Thank you. This is a great idea, and both of you with the experience sharing that. But I do feel that this is not the right time because right now we are in deficit. Any expense is to taxpayers. They are already not feeling good about so many things. And hiring a council is going to be extra expense. I just do not feel this is the right time. We should revisit it next year when we are more stable. Like me, I would be more stable. I am a new council. I want to learn all the aspects of this. So my personal opinion is that this is not the right time for us to move forward on that.
I respect that, and I understand we're looking out for the budget, but we hire new people every day. There's an article out every day with us.
Extra money, whatever, anyone we are hiring, it is extra expensive. We can avoid. And again, thank you. Your office has been great. We are getting more support than we can expect. So I understand there can be a tricky situation, but just because there can be a tricky situation, we should spend more money right now. I would not support that. I would wait and then we'll revisit next year to see how it goes. And then if everything is better than what we have right now. And, we are avoiding hiring couple of positions we have open. We are not hiring. Almost all the departments do not have enough employees in the city. So I think this is something we can put on hold for some time.
But I think, I mean, I understand your point as it relates to the finance, but Sarah just spoke to something that we have in play, that if it's deemed that we need independent representation, we will be able to get it, right? Sarah?
If there's a bona fide legal conflict, and so the idea that maybe you would approach questions slightly differently if you were in each other's shoes, that doesn't typically rise to the level of warranting independent legal counsel. But if there's a bona fide adversarial dispute, then we have an ethical obligation to obtain outside counsel to represent you.
I appreciate the council president opened this up for dialogue, so I apologize for asking questions after I ended my first round of questioning. So, and I appreciate Mamta's comments too. If we were to move forward on this, the administration is not opposed to legislative councils, the form of which it's that person's hired, right? I see student, thank you, student, nodding your head. So what are our options? It would be one, to hire an aide who's a lawyer, not a council colleague, this is a lawyer, but aide who's a lawyer. Now, when the city hires attorneys, there's a procurement process. The administration puts out RFQs. The council votes on those lawyers anyway, right, to award a contract. What would the difference be between the administration putting out an RFQ for legislative counsel to assist the municipal council, and we would have to vote on that person anyway?
You're referring to procuring outside counsel, not hiring attorneys for within the city. I understand that to be the question, but.
Right. So I think what the council president's proposing is we put out the RFQ as a council, we select the attorney, that attorney represents us, or we hire.
So the only significant difference between what I think I'm understanding you're proposing, which is the administration puts out an RFQ for firms, consults with the council, you pick who you like, we put on a contract for them to provide services directly to the council. The only difference is that under the Faulkner Act, under the Supreme Court case that we've been talking about, all of the legal services of the city need to report to and be under the direction and supervision of the Corporation Council. And so this ordinance expressly tries to create a provision that does not report to the Corporation Council, but rather to the council itself. And under the Sharp-James case, that is fundamentally problematic given the structure of municipal government.
And now the ordinance proposes the legislative council and corp council working together anyway and trying to have a consistent opinion on things. Is there any way to make that work where legislative council works on in your office, but it can disagree with your opinion?
To be clear, everyone who works in my department can disagree with my opinion, and they routinely do.
You hear that, third floor?
An alternative that I proposed in that May memo that I circulated was that I would be more than happy for there to be a dedicated individual, or frankly, even division, whatever you want to call it, of attorneys within the law department who are tasked with only working for the council, only responding to questions from council, not taking on other projects or working for other departments. Fundamentally, under the Faulkner Act, those individuals do still report to me. I don't see any way around that. I am happy to make whatever reasonable assurances within that structure you would accept. I'm more than happy to, talk about what could make sense for protocol for how we handle disagreements within the law department. Although I don't think that frankly resolves fundamentally what the council is trying to accomplish here, which is someone that is distinct from the law department. But if you are interested in that proposal, frankly, I would be thrilled to have the council involved in the recruiting and hiring process because it has been tough. So I would welcome your involvement in that. And certainly we could put on a contract for outside counsel with a budget that is strictly for answering questions from the municipal council.
I'm just trying to get creative because we agree on the ends, which should make this a lot easier, right? So if we disagreed on the end goal, and it'd be more of a fight, but I'm sure we can accomplish being an independent council, having representation, and not be put in a position where your recommendation to the mayor would be to challenge us in court. It sounds like we're not there yet, but we're working on it.
Councilman Nafros and then Councilman LeVar.
Yeah, I think we've discussed this before at at caucus, but if you can clarify again what the difference between this ordinance would be, and if one of us or many of us had someone who is a lawyer on our staff that provided legal and policy recommendations to us, or even if the entire city council had a staff member who was maybe in title policy expert, but had a law degree and was speaking from, legal experience and expertise. And maybe those two scenarios are themselves quite different, but yeah, what would the kind of different consequences be from what the ordinance is in front of us?
I see two big differences. The first being one I think is straightforwardly legal, and the other is, I think, straightforwardly not. But the second difference that I see is I do see a cost difference between those two models. If that is, if the attorney that the council engaged in the form of an aide was brought on as a municipal employee. Attorneys are very expensive. The city's cheapest standard hourly rate is $175 per hour. I do see in the draft ordinance that it contemplates having this legislative council staff every council meeting, and you all know as well as anyone how long those run, and that's in addition to any legislative services or research services that you would want above and beyond that. So I would just caution for your consideration that cost should be a factor in this analysis as well.
I guess I mean the specifics around the legal question. What is the difference that makes, the one set of circumstances pretty clearly legal and not at risk of getting us into this like hot water of conflict?
Having a barred attorney as a council aide who is not an authorized attorney of the city avoids the problem of the Faulkner Act, which says that the city should have one lawyer and should speak with one voice and have one legal opinion. Ultimately, that person could give you information, they could do research, they could do legislative drafting. They would not be your attorney. And so your communications with them would not be privileged. It could result in a situation where they give you advice. They say, we've done a preemption assessment here. We think this ordinance is valid. I disagree. The city gets sued. We need to get outside counsel. But that's already the case. That already happens with non-attorney aides. That happens. I won't point fingers at the one attorney at the council, on the council, but it's conceivable that could happen from council members themselves. So the difference, either way, the conflict issue could arise, but it would be much more concerning in the context of having an unlawful attorney representative who is taking a legal opinion that purports to bind the council. That violates the Faulkner Act structure.
Okay.
Councilman LeVar.
Just some quick comments, and it was brought up about if council members have some legitimate issues, I think, and differences, and whether they have legal representation. I can attest personally that I had my own legal counsel that was afforded to me by the previous administration when we had a difference on a lawsuit that came before the city, and city council was referenced, and myself inside of that lawsuit. So I asked for my own counsel and received it. On the ordinance itself, I support this. I think it's necessary. And again, as I believe somebody said earlier, and I've said before, that well, Sarah, you're great. The future of the city council and for the city of Jersey City, I think it's important for the city council to have its own legal representation, to be able to fall back on, and to be able to have that potentially necessary, independent, objective advice, because I've witnessed firsthand that it's not always that way. So I'm happy to see this move forward and support this initiative. I'm glad that the language in page 2 of this document and in the limitations section, I've addressed some of the tension between that, and I think it's a good compromise on that, and I guess we'll see where this goes ultimately. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
You're great too, Councilman.
I was just going to say, Corporation Counsel, you issued a memo in May. Are you looking to issue any further opinion or guidance, or not at this time?
I have no plan to unless there are specific questions that would be helpful. I think that memo comprehensively addressed the questions posed by this ordinance. Admittedly, it was written in response to the resolution that was approved by the council that called for introduction of this ordinance, but key legal issues are the same. That there may have been some small changes in the ordinance between that resolution and what's being introduced here that were frankly so small that I can't list them if they exist, but the substantial components, the structure of it, the concept that the council is putting on a professional services contract remains the same, and that's what I analyzed in that memo.
Thank you.
Council President, I make one more comment, just to address the budget issue on this whole thing. For my part, just on the record, that I am certainly concerned about the economics. And once that budget gets before us and we're able to look at things and figure it out, and be able to figure out whether or not it makes sense. But I'm very open to kind of deferring on this but I think it's important to get the ordinance approved and move it through, and then figure out the timing in terms of what works best budgetarily for the city. But I think it's great to have this option.
All right, Sean.
Items 3.12 to 3.16 were touched on earlier. On to our second readings. Item 4.1, City Ordinance 26-029 is a franchise ordinance granting permission to 24 Bright Street LLC. I'm not going to read everything into the record because we're going to do it at the meeting. Any questions on that ordinance? Hearing none. 4.2, City Ordinance 26-030 is an ordinance authorizing an easement with Exchange Place Alliance District Management regarding a park. Item 4.3, we already discussed. With the introduction of the first reading, this will be defeated. Item 4.4, City Ordinance 26-032 is an ordinance enabling ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City, amending Chapter 122, Public Assemblies, Permission Required, and hours of conditions. Any questions on that?
No.
Hearing none, we have our public speakers. Right now, we have 61. And any questions or comments on petitions and communications 6.1 through 6.50?
I'd like to request 6.37, please.
0.37?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a handful I'd like to request. Would you like me to just send you an email?
You can either read them or you can just send me an email and I'll send them all to you.
Okay, there's a few, so I'll send an email. Thank you.
Great. And whoever requests anything, I will make sure the entire council gets a copy.
I'd like to request items 6.38 and 6.39. Thank you, Sean.
Anyone else? Going once, going twice. We'll go watch the next. No officer communications. Any questions or comments on report of directors 8.1 through 8.10?
It's requesting 8.10. And question for the administration, looks like the mayor sent letters appointing certain individuals to certain boards, but those aren't up for this meeting.
What was the question?
So 8.9, 8.8, 8.9.
So, okay. So only one of them requires advice and consent of the municipal council. The other one is a direct appointment from the mayor.
Okay, thanks, Sean.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
And thanks to the aides for stopping that door from rocking back and forth, because my head feels like it's rocking back and forth. On to our claims. We have our claims, and then on to our resolutions. Items 10.1 through 10.3 were touched on earlier. 10.4 is a resolution urging the Jersey City Medical Center to seek a commitment to fair wages and benefits for resident physicians and fellows. And that's resolution 26-318. Resolution 26-319, 10.5 is a resolution recognizing Isham Gupta, a 7th grade student at Frank Cordwell Middle School 4, for his outstanding accomplishments at the 2026 Scripps National Spelling Bee. Item 10.6, Resolution 26-320. It's a resolution honoring Holy Rosary Church upon the conclusion of its 140th anniversary year and recognizing its contributions to the city's Italian-American heritage.
Sean, we're going to have folks from the church comings, and I assume probably for Ishan's resolution and the others, Council
Yes.
President, would you be comfortable with us deferring them to the top of the meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
So 10.6, right? You have someone coming for?
10.6, and then I didn't introduce 10.5 or
Yes, he'll be here.
10.7 through 10.10, but I would
Be
assume.
here for 10.5?
So let me just get that right. So it's 10.5, 6, 7, and 10, they're all going to be here?
No, I think the AAPI were given during the ceremony, right, or no?
It was, I'm not sure. I'll have to consult with my staff to check to see if that's.
So we'll make sure you know for Wednesday, Sean.
Yeah, just let me know if we're going to make a motion to defer, and we'll do that after we introduce the first readings.
Since we're talking about that, Council President, I mentioned for the council colleagues, the Jersey Theater Center is having their Voices International Festival. They have a number of artists and dignitaries from foreign countries. There's no resolution here. I just invited them to come to the city council and with all of your indulgence, do a photo op and welcome them here and recognize them here in Jersey City.
Next one, Sean.
All right, since we talked about the 5, 6, 7, and not 8, so we'll go to 10.8, Resolution 26-322. It's a resolution of the City of Jersey City honoring Itmiaz Syed during the city's inaugural AAPI Heritage Month celebration. Same thing for Rajul Patel. 10.9. 10.10 we talked about. 10.11, Resolution 26-325 is a resolution authorizing a shared service agreement pursuant to the Uniform Shared Services Consolidation Act with the Jersey City Municipal Utilities Authority. 10.12 was touched on earlier. 10.13, City Resolution 26-327. It's a resolution introducing and approving the 2026-2027 budget of the General Square Special Improvement District, directing the city clerk to publicly advertise the budget and schedule a public hearing, and directing the tax assessor to prepare an assessment roll of properties within the district based upon the budget. Items 10.14 through 10.22 were touched on earlier. 10.23, City Resolution 26-337 is a resolution authorizing the execution of a release waiver, discharge, and covenant not to sue agreement with New Jersey Sports Exposition Authority and the North Arlington Police Department to allow Jersey City police officers use of firearms range at the 1E landfill in Kearney for training purposes. Items 10.24 through 10.42 were touched on earlier. Item 10.43, Resolution 26-357 is a resolution authorizing the payment of a claim submitted by Murphy Orlando LLC for providing professional legal services. Item 10.40.
I thought you were going to say something.
I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Councilman Lavarro and I were engaged in a game of chicken to see whether he would ask the question or I would preempt the question, and we both lost. This is a claim for work that was done out of contract in 2025. For your awareness, the law department is currently undertaking an incredibly onerous audit of all of our outstanding contracts and also claims. You might think it would be easy to answer the question, who do we owe money to? What invoices have not been paid, including for out-of-contract work for previous years? It is incredibly difficult. We are doing an exhaustive accounting of outstanding invoices. We are trying to do that without inviting people to demand money from us that we don't have. It is an art and not a science. Where we find or are told that there are outstanding invoices, we are then going into a defunct system to figure out whether payments were issued so that we are not double paying vendors. I'm telling you all of this because this is the first of many claims for services that were rendered out of contract in prior years that will be coming before the council soon. A preliminary assessment, which we are still fact checking, suggests that there's over $200,000 worth of outstanding invoices for legal work that has been performed for the city. So we will keep you all apprised, but this is unfortunately the first of many.
How much do you estimate?
$230,000 is the latest. 230,000. Wow, it is really late. I'm doing my best. 230K is the current number that we are working with. We are not just approving and paying those invoices, especially when they have been outstanding for so long. We are scrutinizing to make sure that those invoices comport with our contract expectations, with the standards of billing practices in the legal profession. Where we see inconsistencies or don't understand what was done, if it was legitimate, we are reaching out to the firms. They are not happy about that process, but we think it is our responsibility. That number may go up as we find more invoices. It will hopefully come down at least a little bit as we engage in that negotiation process.
Just once, to the business administrator's office. So this money is coming from 2025 dollars? Yes? That's what the account number seems to indicate.
I would have to double check with finance.
And the account number starts with a 05. So I'm just assuming that that's rationale, but I don't know. That being said, I think I've asked this in a previous meeting. I don't know that I got a response on that, but all of these 2025 expenses, claims, if the money's coming from that 2025 money, is that the rainy day fund? And if you could just verify that for me and kind of where our balance is with the rainy day fund, which I believe in the annual or the annual financial report or something to that effect, it was over 21 million. But that was as of December 31st, 2025. I'd like to know what that number is that stands today, if we've spent out from it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Item 10.44 was touched on earlier. Item 10.45, City Resolution 26-359 is a resolution appointing Christopher Solorzano as a member of the Jersey City Cannabis Control Board. With nothing else, may I have a motion to adjourn
Motion.
at 9?
No, keep going, Sean.
At 9:22 PM. I heard the motion made by Councilperson Griffin. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Little. All council members in favor of the motion to adjourn at 9:22 PM by acclamation, please say aye. Aye. We are out of here at 9:22 PM. Thank you so much, everyone present, everyone watching at home. Remember, teamwork makes the dream work. Let's get home and cheer on the Knicks for another victory.
Go Knicks. Go New York. Go New York. Go. No, New York. No, New York. No. Oh. 6, man. 6 and 6.
All right, go somewhere. You got your